streams, but to actually get through the next level after that without getting fully detected at all. So I was very happy to get through the previous mission on the first attempt without getting fully detected. So that was really cool. So it was a good note to end the stream on. I don't think I'll be having the same luck in this stream, but you never know. But the mission that we're up to is mission 8 out of 10, so we have 3 left, including that mission. And it's a very tricky one, the abattoir level, because there's a section where it may look like the enemy can't see you, because there's all this, like, cold air fog that's around the place, but they actually are pretty good at spotting you. So it's not just go through there quickly. So I have watched some videos about people doing stealth with this game and getting through those, and there's a few tricks that they've used. I might use some of them, but not all of them, because I like to play it safe when I'm doing this, because I don't, like, I will if I have to, obviously, but I don't want to have to restart a whole mission after spending maybe an hour trying to get through it and then boom, get detected because I'm trying to do risky stuff. But we'll just see how we go. And we started the mission that we're up to yesterday, but only to act as like a tease for what was to come in the story. So we're going to reload the level from the start, and I'm going to watch the cutscenes and all that too, because not everyone who watches these live also watch the VODs on YouTube, and vice versa as well. So I want to make sure that people who are just tuning in live who might not know what the mission is can still see the intro cutscene to it and get the context for what's going on. So let's jump into it.
Though the evidence itself has not been revealed, U.S. intelligence is claiming to have proof of China manufacturing nuclear weapons, a blatant infraction of international treaties. China has made an unmitigated denial of the charges, restating the belief that diplomatic talks with China continue to crumble. U.S. military forces are mobilizing towards the anticipation of possible hostilities. China again denies any involvement in Kombain Nikoladze's, oh my God, broadcast through the internet just minutes ago.
Cannot allow my nation to be subjected to the blatant international despotism of the United States or the cronyism of its allies. The world is not yours alone, and the soldiers you send into it are all equally guilty of American fascism. At 5:30 p.m. Greenwich Standard Time, the United States soldiers captured in a just war against their motherland will be executed. Their deaths broadcast for the world to watch.
Hello there, Lucas. How's it going today? Moksobo meets Yangon, Myanmar, November 11th, 2004. Rescue the captured US troops. In a desperate act of defiance against the US, Nikoladze arranges the immediate live webcast executions of the captured US soldiers. Vyacheslav Grinko will direct the soldiers' deaths. The executions must be prevented to preserve any hope of stabilizing political relations with the Chinese. Hello, Lublinsky. Welcome. Thank you so very much for the raid. I hope things have been going good. Thank you very much. How's things going today? I'll give you a shout out here. The screen showing that message is normal because the Xbox app doesn't like it when you click off of it. Nice, so you're playing some Skyrim. That's excellent. I really like that game a lot. You going good, Lucas? Just tired? Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going good. Shame to hear that you're feeling tired, but hopefully you can get some good rest later. Hey Game God, welcome. You were 11 when this game came out, lol. Doesn't the time fly? Like, you wouldn't... Like, 2002 was when this game came out. Just crazy. I would have been about 19 years old when this game came out. Lubinsky, yes, all is fine. You finished Oblivion and now starting Skyrim. Oh, very nice. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that you're doing fine, and congratulations on finishing Oblivion. That was a game that I tried, but I never finished. However, I did try it after having played Skyrim, so it was kind of a bit of a, you know, unfair disadvantage, I guess, that Oblivion had for me against Skyrim. But I finished Skyrim and really enjoyed it. But that was a long time ago now. It was the Xbox 360 version of Skyrim that I actually finished for the first time. For a couple of years, I had played it just on and off and just doing side stuff. And after a couple of years worth of that, I was like, maybe I should actually finish the game's story, actually do the main quests and finish out the story. So I did that, but that was years ago now, even then. Absolutely, Game God. Yep. I was old when I turned 20, though. Turning 20 is a very, very old age when, you were like, 15 years old. It's like, oh, 20 years old. But yeah, turned 40 last year, so I'll be 41 this year. Levinsky Splinter Cell is also cool, first part, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, this I first played like I played the Xbox original version, but I didn't own the copy and it wasn't my Xbox, so I only played a little bit of it, but it was enough for me to know that it was going to be a game that I was going to enjoy. So when I found out that it was going to come out on the PlayStation 2, I was really excited. So once it came out on the PS2, I definitely bought it. At the time, I didn't realize how different both versions would be, though. Like, I knew that there was a difference in the lighting systems that the Xbox had versus the PlayStation 2, but I didn't realize the differences in the game itself in terms of, like, levels and that kind of stuff. But when I was doing my annual playthroughs, I would always do the PlayStation 2 version, and this was before I was even streaming as well. But I ended up having to, if I wanted to stream them, that is, because I would still do them off stream on the PlayStation 2. But eventually my PlayStation 2 died, so I couldn't even play them offline. And so I was like, oh. And then they became available on backwards compatibility for the Xbox original version. So I was like, oh, cool. So for the past few years now, I've been streaming the Xbox version, and the first time I played this version, I was like, oh, holy shit! I didn't realize how different these things would be, because there's a mission where the whole introduction part in the Xbox version is taken out in the PlayStation 2 version. For example, the CIA level. In the PlayStation 2 version, there's a cutscene where Sam, dressed up as someone else, goes through with fake ID and gets brought into an elevator, and then he changes into his stealth gear, and then the level starts when he gets out of the elevator. But in the Xbox version of that mission, you actually have to infiltrate the building and get in there, and then you get into an elevator, and then that elevator leads to an area that is the same area that the PlayStation 2 level starts you off at. So there's big changes like that. The final level, there's a whole different approach. You have to scale down the side of a cliff, and then you go through these tunnels, and then you come up out of the tunnels into like this maze-like area of the presidential palace. Whereas in the Xbox version, you actually have this whole section where you have to climb things, drop down on like cliff faces and do climbing around stuff. So it was very much like a Prince of Persia kind of thing that they did for the Xbox version. But when we get to Pandora tomorrow, the major differences between the Xbox version and the PlayStation 2 version that I used to play a lot get very, very small. And then by Chaos Theory's time, I think both versions are pretty much the same. There might be some slight differences graphically, but in terms of like layout and all that kind of stuff, the majority of the missions are the same. But yeah, this is the Xbox original version of the first Splinter Cell, and it is such a great game still. Like the other two games after this add a lot of improvements, but this is still a good entry in the series. Lucas, 2002, you were in second grade. Oh wow, so that was 20 or so years ago. Where does the time go? It's just ridiculous. Lubinsky takes you 3 times to finish Oblivion. 200. Oh, was it 200 hours? Was it 3? Well, I mean, even if it's not 200 hours, like that is still a lot to have to get the game done in, so it seems like it was a pretty big game. Oh, you will, Huck? You'll be 38 this year? Hey there, Viper. Welcome on in. How's things been going for you, dude?
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
For now, the broadcast. It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Somebody's coming.
Well, that was close. Viper, good and bad. Only thing that's bad is trying to find a job after being out of work for a year. Oh yeah, that would definitely be tough as well. Trying to find something too that not only you can do, but also you can see yourself actually enjoying to some extent. I mean, there's always things about any job that, are not enjoyable, even for a job that overall is great. But it is also good to make sure that you're able to find something that you can have some semblance of, or some like enjoyment from, to keep you, to keep you going as well. So I really hope you're able to find, not just any job, but also one that actually really suits you, and is actually going to have a certain level of enjoyment to it as well. Levinsky, oh no, it almost took 20 years. You just saw that it came out in 2006, so only 18 years. Yeah, I mean that's all, But still, I mean, hey, you got there in the end, right? Like that's the important thing. You finally got through it. I mean, I've had games like that too, where I played it and never finished it, and then all these years later, I revisited it and then finished it.
Colonel, this is Bradley. The landmines are in place. Make sure nobody without the polarized thermal sensor enters the courtyard.
So this next part is tricky because there's mines. The only way to see the mines is to go into your thermal vision. You can see the flashing things on the ground. But when you have this vision mode, it's hard to see where the spotlights are moving. You can pick up the spotlights in both normal viewing mode and night vision, but you can't make out where they are in thermal. You got a guy up there, and then you've got another spotlight that is controlled by someone else. If I die from getting blown up and they don't detect me, I'm allowed to reload the save that I made. But if I die and they detect me at the same time, I have to restart the whole mission. Or if I don't die from the mines, but I get spotted by a spotlight, then I have to actually restart the mission. Well, that's great, Viper. Definitely best of luck with that too. Things that you have a lot of interest in, things that you enjoy or you're passionate about, I think, all people should try and pursue them. Because you never know. Even when things might seem like they're a big hurdle, especially too, if you're able to find people who also have the same interests as well, because you never know who knows other people, because that's the thing about jobs is you still need to be able to prove that you can do the job, of course, but sometimes it's not necessarily what you know, it's who you know. And, that might seem like an unfair disadvantage, but, you got to also be realistic about things and realize that not everything is going to be, easy like that. And it's just a fact. Some people get a job because they know someone who works in the same industry, and they can use them as like a reference. I mean, in Australia we call them referees, where it's just someone who can vouch for you and say, if an employer rings them up and says, hey, we've got such and such applying for a job, we'd like to know, are they reliable, all that kind of stuff. Then the person you've chosen as your references, they can be like, yeah, no, they're great, they're really good, they turn up on time, they're very, hardworking, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's no good having someone that that works in the industry and then just turning up and doing a bad job. They're not going to be like, well, you may have done a bad job, but at least, someone that is in the industry knows you. You still have to, yeah, you still have to prove yourself as well. The nice thing about being on state assistance is there's a program that pays for you to go to school starting at the community college, then you can later go to a university if you choose. Oh, absolutely. And I feel with anything, there will be people that will look at that negatively, but you know, these things are put in place for a reason. I mean, obviously, some people take advantage of those opportunities in a negative way, but they shouldn't be the ones that people, think of as being the only people who benefit from those things. If someone's going to use something to their advantage in a negative way, that shouldn't be considered a reflection on the thing itself or the other people who do the right thing. But it's great to have something like that is in place that can help out. Because when people are genuinely wanting to use that help, then they're able to get a lot out of it. So I don't remember the positioning of the mines or anything like that, but I'm more concerned about the detection. So if I die a few times or if I lose a major amount of health, then I'm not worried about the health loss, as long as I don't get fully detected.
Maybe it was a shadow.
I'll soon know if this is a bad spot to be hiding. Viper, you're working on your GED right now. Oh, that's really cool, Viper. You know, I hope that you get some great results with that too. Sanahak, you haven't finished your IT degree since you're more hardware than software type. Oh, well, that's fair enough too. And at least you know that as well. Like you're not spending too much time trying to figure that out. That you know that you're more for one than the other is definitely a good advantage. Damn it. Knew I shouldn't have made that move, and there was a mine there too. Oh well.
Radio bingo. Toolbox completed.
Mission restart.
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
For now, the broadcast. It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your
Somebody's coming.
offsite.
Sanahak, you would rather cut cables, install the hardware, ensure everything is connected correctly? Oh yeah. Something that's a lot more like physically hands-on, where you're actually getting into something and not just clicking something here and there, but actually doing something to make sure things are actually physically connected properly. Might get this health kit. I didn't think to grab it before. I'll especially need it if I trigger like a mine but don't trigger an alert.
Colonel, this is Barbary. The landmines are in place. Make sure nobody without the polarized thermal sensor enters the courtyard.
Hang on. That dude just there. Does he actually walk where the mines are?
Make sure nobody without the polarized thermal sensor enters the courtyard.
Oh no, he avoids the mines. Because I was going to say, it'd be so cool if you could actually just knock him out and then carry his body through and he won't trigger the mines. The next part can be annoying too because you have open skylights, but you also have creaky rooftop sections. And you got to be careful not only to not make too much noise by going on those creaky roof sections, but you also need to make sure you're not visible through the skylights because there's actually a light that goes on and then off repeatedly. There are sections where you can actually move on the roof without actually touching the noise part of the roof, but you still have to make sure you get across that quickly and without making too much noise. So yeah, even though we get past this part, that part might fuck me over. But I truly think the worst part is going to be the room that has the cold air in it. Because I was saying before, it doesn't matter if it looks like the enemies can't see you. They can see you very clearly. But the logic is a bit weird because you can't see them unless you put into thermal vision mode, yet they can see you without thermal vision mode through the same cold air fog stuff. So yeah, I think that's a bit bullshit. So I hope this game has better lighting graphics than most games nowadays. That was one of the things I remember when this game came out. The big selling point was, and naturally so, because the whole gameplay revolves around stealth using light and dark, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, some of the effects are just really cool, especially like when you see sunlight going through open things or things that are partially open, like boarded up windows and stuff like that. that. Go up here. Now this part's going to be annoying.
I want all identifying details stricken from the room. Keep the lights off of the walls. Give them fuller highlights. We need to clearly see their faces when they die. Where's our sound man? Make sure we're close enough to hear prayers.
There's something on the roof. Should we check it out?
It's probably another rat, and I don't want to miss the executions.
Alright, so they give you one chance. The enemy isn't fully aware of Sam, so I'm golden. But that's a warning that the game gives you to let you know that your movement has been heard, but they've dismissed it as something else, so they're not going to bother with it. But if I was to make another noise, then they'd really be like, oi, and then it'd go up on the roof. Oh yeah, could you imagine that, Game God? That's something that I'd be worried about, like, but I mean, I guess if you're used to what the right cables are and all that, that'd be a different story, but yeah. Just sitting here thinking about it, I don't know if I would trust myself.
What the hell just happened? The broadcast antenna's down. We've got no outgoing signal.
You're under attack. The Americans are here. They've taken out the broadcast antenna.
Get Nicholas out of here. I want his helicopter airborne now. I want a squad of technicians with an armed escort on the roof and repairing that antenna. I want the Americans found and killed.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like you shook things up pretty well, but it's only going to buy us a few minutes. Find those soldiers, Fisher.
have Nikolaj on board. Estimated departure in...
What is that? It's still close.
Damn it. I was hoping to drop down without making the noise in the first place, but I'm lucky I had those airfoil rounds that I could use. This is one of those levels that if you knock an enemy out and don't hide it properly, the game will punish you later in the level by telling you that an alarm has been triggered due to a body being found. In this playthrough, if that happens, I have to restart the mission as well. I count that as being detected, fully detected. So just to be safe, I'm going to put them in a spot where I know the light meter is all the way to the left, indicating that they're in complete darkness and that they won't be discovered. And the way it works is this. You could take out all the enemies in a section, but if you leave the bodies just laying out in the open, then the game will still throw up the message saying, "Alert, a body was found," and then you'll get chastised for it by Lambert, and then that'll happen regardless of whether or not you have all the enemies in a section knocked out or killed. So you still have to be careful where you put the bodies of the enemies.
Gringo, this is Nikolaj. Kill the American soldiers. Take them to the studio and kill them. We'll release the footage whenever we can. Tell Theron we are moving ahead. I'll retrieve the Ark. This is Gringo. I want the American soldiers prepped and in studio. The executions are going forward as planned. Yes, sir.
Game God Rodder's like, "Surprise, motherfucker," but it didn't work.
Gringo, he wants us to escort the soldiers to the studio.
You copy that, Fisher? The executions are going forward.
I heard. We got any more diversions?
Your gun's full of them. Make sure that escort doesn't reach our troops.
But in this guard's case, it worked.
What the hell?
Where are you keeping the American soldiers?
Gringo will kill me.
He's not as creative as I am. Where are they?
Ow! Oh! Oh!
Where?
The basement.
Where's Gringo?
He'll murder you. He'll kill you all.
Where do I find him?
He'll find you. Kill me.
He's like, "Kill me." And I'm like, "No, you're going to have to live with the shame that Sam Fisher interrogated you." It'll be good when I get to Pandora tomorrow, because when I want to open doors, I won't have to drop the body first. In the second game, they added the ability to carry bodies and also open doors at the same time, because they finally figured out that, yeah, he's got a heavy weight on his shoulders, but still, for the sake of video game quality of life, not being able to open doors while carrying a body is definitely something that in Splinter Cell 1 is missing, but it's good that they have it in the second game.
What about the broadcast?
It's not our place to question. Let's go.
Alright, that's the easy part of this section here coming up. This is the part I was talking about, where you have all this cold air that creates a fog thick enough that you can't see through it without using your thermal vision, yet the enemies can see through it to see you without such vision mode. This is where the next full detection could possibly happen. If it does, what I'm going to do is before I actually restart the mission, I'll practice the section. Although maybe I can do it in a very slow but safer way. Alright, so this we can't shoot because it's got armor around it. See? To see through it I need these, but the enemies don't have this, yet they can see through fine. I know there's one guy that comes into this room. If I can trigger him to come out and then get his attention by jumping, make some noise. Maybe he won't appear until I go in a bit further. Because he should actually walk into the room a little bit, not just stand at the door of it. Ah, he went past, but he didn't see me. Alright. Alright. Gonna try something else. This could go really wrong, but let's just give it a test anyway. I'm not expecting to get through this without heaps of detections. Oh! Why wasn't that a headshot? Alright, before I restart. Now how bullshit was that? How is that not a headshot? Oh, great. A big piece of hanging meat stops us completely in our tracks. We can't, you know, just push it out of the road or something. It's not like he's wearing a helmet. Like, that little bit of thing is such a big defense for him. But yeah, I thought, oh yeah, I'll be sneaky and I'll just shoot the guy from that distance. I should still be able to hit his head, right? Right? And the game is like, haha, what the fuck you think this is, man? Let's see if I stay about here, if you'll actually see me. Any detections that happen after the initial one don't count. It's only the initial one. So I'm able to actually suss things out before restarting. Cool, so he didn't see me there. That guy, does he see the dead body? No, he doesn't. Alright, so I know that I can do that for that part. It's funny, right? You would think that the light meter would be all the way to the left in this area, but nope. Could also test this as well. Instead of bothering to shoot this guy. Let's go around here. Ah, okay. To go like this through there. Alright. Oh. Okay, so I do need to be careful of that direction. Of the turret. So with the turrets, you can shoot a light out near the turret, and the turret will look at the direction of the light and shoot at it. I'm allowed to make it do that, but if it directly actually sees me and starts firing at me, then that also counts as a full detection. got stuck on the fucking... Oh, what was I getting stuck on? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Like, I was getting stuck on the little tiny jutting of the fucking wall. Right. Talk about pettiness. Bloody hell. No, heard something. This part is gonna be fucking the whole stream. I can see it now. Hours and hours and hours of trying to get past this part and failing. Then having to come back next weekend to try again. That's just one room.
Somebody's coming.
There's a couple more rooms in this area with the cold air.
Maybe it was a shadow. Help me! What was that? That it doesn't make sense. How did that happen?
Alright, so I think that's what I'm going to have to do, just to be 100% safe, is lure that guy, get him out of the way, put him in the dark spot, then rinse and repeat with every single enemy in this section. Well, I mean, there's only 2 enemies in this section, so I can just shoot this guy outright. You gotta love this logic. Sam can't step his foot past that. If I'm gonna shoot that guy... Alright, so I'll have to come at this way from a different spot. Bloody fucking hell, getting stuck on... One of my most hated things in all video games is getting stuck on the environment. Like, there's been so many times in games in general where I've gotten stuck on some little tiny piece of the environment which has caused a death or a detection or some kind of other negative result in a video game. Simply because a character gets stuck on a little tiny pebble on the ground or some other arbitrary bullshit environmental thing that they haven't programmed the character to just fucking, you know, step over or just push aside, you know what I mean? Like, there's always some little tiny element of the environment that makes the character just stop dead in their tracks and they can't possibly move any further because the little thing that stops them is just so powerful of a fucking thing that it prevents them from even lifting their fucking leg up over the top of it to fucking step over it. You know, things like this. Alright, so then we do that and then bring this guy. There is a very, very like stealthy, quick way that more professional players than I have probably spent days and weeks and months and years practicing, but I don't have that kind of time.
Maybe it was a shadow.
I just noticed that I had the cursor off the Xbox app screen, which is why that message was on the screen. But I'm in practice mode at the moment anyway, so nothing much is being missed. But when I'm done with practicing, I'll have to restart the mission because of that detection that happened initially before the practice started on this little part. So there's a very, very tricky way that people get through here, and I want to test out this. But they use a diversion camera to create a whistle. Only grab the attention of one of them, unfortunately. He'll look up and see it. Yeah. So if you don't get more than one of them actually investigating that part, then it fucks everything up for you.
Somebody's coming. It doesn't make sense.
There we go. So I got both of them going back there to look. Let's see if they stay there long enough for me to sneak through here. No, this guy's coming along. He's going to see me. Yep. Of course. See, even when I use tactics that the people who get through this stealthily use, still not good enough. My own RNG gets in the way. Alright, this time. Oh, come on. Grab the fucking top of the thing. Jesus Christ, I could fucking do it. Alright.
What was that?
Get this guy to investigate. Shoot him. That gets the attention of...
One of ours.
Does the alarm go off when they do that? No. Alright. So, because they don't actually trigger an alarm when they see a dead body, it means that in this mission, at least for this part, if they find a dead body and an alarm doesn't get sounded, then it's okay. If they were to set off an actual alarm, though, I'd have that would be something where I would actually count a full detection. Yeah, he's so... See, this is the bullshit thing. They can see you perfectly, yet you have to have a fucking thermal vision night goggle on. Fuck you, game. Fuck you and your fucking dumbass fucking programming. They can see me through this easily, yet I need fucking thermal vision. Oh, bullshit.
Somebody's coming.
Is he actually going to investigate where the noise came from? Or is he going to fucking be in his own little area and just check? Yo, over here. There we go. He finally came over this way.
What was that?
What was that? That was nothing. Don't worry about it. There we go. So when I actually restart the mission, when I'm out of practice mode, I'll just have to lure these enemies one by one and take them out like this.
Somebody's coming.
Alright, now, since he's the only guy left, if I disable that... Oh, he saw me. Okay. Never mind then. But yeah, if I enable this and it kills an enemy and there's only one left, then that's fine. But anyway, so that is that whole section there with the cold air. Oh, hang on, there's another section. Yeah, so there's still more assholes around. So I'm not hiding the bodies at the moment in this practice, but taking this approach when I get out of practice, when I restart the mission, I'll have to actually take these bodies all the way back through every single thing to put them in the darkness, just in case the game decides to go, hang on, we found a dead body, alarm raised. Oh my god, game, like seriously? There, finally. Only took 500 attempts to drop down into that softly. That's all. What the fuck? There we go. Alright, so that is that section with the cold air. Still some of it here, but... But yeah, when I restart the mission and add another count to the full detections, when I get to that section again, I'll just have to go through and, with every body I knock out or kill, take it all the way back to the first part to put it in darkness, just in case the game is like, a dead body was found, alarm raised. Anyway, there we go, another count has been added to mission restarts. Now to restart the mission, and we're not in practice mode now.
Though the evidence itself has not been revealed, U.S.
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
For now, the broadcast. It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Colonel, this is Bradley. The landmines are in place.
Must have been nothing.
Alright. I thought I had the timing down from last time, but obviously I didn't. I thought that once that second light had actually passed by, that it was safe to go forward. Obviously not.
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
For now, the broadcast. It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Colonel, this is Boundary. The landmines are in place. Make sure nobody without the polarized thermal sensor enters the courtyard.
I want all identifying details stricken from the room. Keep the lights off of the walls. Give them fuller highlights. We need to clearly see their faces when they die. Where's our sound man? Make sure we're close enough to hear prayers.
What the hell just happened? The broadcast antenna's down. We've got no outgoing signal.
You're under attack. The Americans are here. They've taken out the broadcast antenna.
Get Nicholas out of here. I want his helicopter airborne now. I want a squad of technicians with an armed escort on the roof and repairing that antenna. I want the Americans found and killed.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like you shook things up pretty well, but it's only going to buy us a few minutes. Find those soldiers, Fisher.
We have Nicholas on board. Estimated departure in... Nicolaites. Kill the American soldiers. Take them to the studio and kill them. We'll release the footage whenever we can. Tell Theron we are moving ahead. I'll retrieve the Ark.
Hey there, Raid. How's things? Welcome.
What the hell?
Yeah, Raid, it sure is. In yesterday's stream, I was on mission 6, and it took about 4.5 hours to finally get through mission 6. And then mission 7, I actually fluked it and got through mission 7 without being detected. So I didn't have to do any restarts for that mission. So now we're actually on mission 8. That's where I ended the stream when I got up to this mission. And for the majority of the stream so far, I've been doing this mission, but I've had to restart a few times on this mission already.
Any more diversions?
Your gun's full of them. Make sure that escort doesn't reach our troops.
Hey there, Hugo. How's things going? Oh, that's good, Hugo. I'm glad that you're going okay. And as for me, I'm doing well. Having a good weekend. Ended yesterday's stream on a positive high note because I got through 2 missions. The first one that I've been working on for a while, and then the 7th mission I got through without being detected. So I got up to mission 8 at the end of yesterday's stream and called it a stream. And then today I've been working on this level so far. Ray, was there any forced combat at the end of the other mission? There was, yeah. There was a couple of sections, but there was also some where I could get through without being detected. Even though that there was gunfire going on, like when they're shooting at the Osprey after Wilkes gets killed. Even though he's dead, there's 2 enemies that will still concentrate their fire at the helicopter, or at the... I don't know if the Osprey is the helicopter, maybe it is, but those 2 guys right at the end, I had to make sure I wasn't detected by them. Unfortunately not, Hugo. Yeah, I wish this was the last mission. But including this mission, I've got 3 left. Oh, thank you, Hugo. Yeah, it was really cool. I was not and I don't expect to do any other levels without being fully detected, but the mission that I did get through without being fully detected, it took me about 2 hours to actually do it because of how safe I was taking things. There was actually one part, like there's this truck and it goes through this gate, and you need to make sure that you get through the gate before it closes, because if you don't, you get mission failed. And when you get beyond the gate where the truck goes, there's this whole area that has these other like parts of other trucks that you can hide under. Then there's a guy with a dog. And so the part with all the trucks to hide under, I actually went through a lit area with multiple enemies and they didn't actually fully detect me. So that was a fluke. And then I just took my time from then on out and finally got through the end. There was 2 enemies that were wandering around in an area. So I had to use the diversion cameras to create whistles to get them into the one spot. So I could then just rush through and then climb over the fence to finish.
What about the broadcast?
It's not our place to question. Let's go.
So this part here with that cold air, this is the furthest I've gotten so far. I got fully detected in that area, and then I decided to do some practice to test out different bits and pieces. And then once the practice mode was over, I added the count of restarts and then restarted the mission all over again. So let's see if I can actually get past it without being fully detected this time. Oh my god, trying to get this guy to hear me run. Like, seriously. Raid, pick one, Bright Memory, Infinite, or Rise Son of Rome. I'm assuming, do you mean Bioshock Infinite? In either case, I haven't actually played either of them, so I wouldn't really know which one I could actually choose. Oh yeah, yeah, so you did mean Bright Memory. Haven't played Bright Memory, didn't even know about it. So yeah, I'd be in the same boat as you are, deciding which one. What kind of game is Bright Memory? Like, I've seen some of Rise of Rome, but Rise, Son of Rome, but not enough to really tell if it was a game that I would have liked or not.
What was that? I heard something.
So this spot where I am, doesn't matter how much noise I make, the guy won't hear me. So trying to get him to go further and investigate is being a fucking pain. So what I might have to do instead is lure him out, and then when he turns his back and goes back the other way, then just shoot the fucker.
What was that?
No, he fucking moves away too fast for me to fucking be able to aim and shoot before he moves away. I don't want to waste a diversion camera, but if I have to, then I have to. Trying to get his attention in other ways is just becoming too annoying. Raid is a hybrid first-person slasher type game. It was made by a single person. Oh, that is cool. That's very cool when someone is able to make a whole like game on their own. Like, I've dabbled with that in the past and haven't actually finished anything. So it's good when someone does and actually gets it done. Rise is basically watered down Arkham Combat for 3 hours, but it's still entertaining. Yeah, I didn't really see much of it enough to really sort of get an idea of it, even from like a viewing perspective. So I'm not sure what I would feel about it even watching it, let alone that. I mean, it seemed okay, but I think it was from 2013 as well. So I think it was like an Xbox One. Well, it was not exclusive to Xbox One, but I remember it being one of the Xbox One titles. Hey there, Spectrum. Things are going well, thank you. Things are going good. How about yourself?
I heard something.
That motherfucker! Jesus, I tell you what. Now I wasted a friggin' airfoil round. I thought it would bloody hit him, but he ran around the corner before it could actually impact him. Raid was exclusive to Xbox One for a while, and then they dumped it on Steam for dirt cheap. Ah, okay, so it was an exclusive for a while. Yeah. You're doing well, Spectrum? That is really good to hear. Especially on a weekend as well. Ray, can you not just shoot him as he's walking down the hallway? You can, but there's another enemy that can actually see as well. And I'd rather sort of like take him out one by one. There we go. Actually, I'm going to reload the save. Because the save was right there. I'm allowed to do that as long as I'm not fully detected. I'm allowed to reload a previous save.
Somebody's coming. Maybe it was a shadow.
Damn, he didn't even notice that he didn't even notice that there were some lights that were shot out. Here, you're gonna fucking hear that? You hear this shit? Huh? Hey there, Dr. Darling. You woke up late again. You don't want to sleep for 11 hours. Oh yeah. That's definitely a long time. Like, I haven't slept that many hours for years and years and years and years. Welcome on in, though. Hey there, Thomas. How's things going?
What was that? Must have been nothing. Somebody's coming.
Alright, that actually worked. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I wasn't sure. You got me thinking, Raid, when you mentioned your comment. So I thought I may as well try it, because the worst that could happen is he detects me and I just restart. Which, by this point, it's like, yeah, this part of the part of the natural play style. Dr. Darling, strange thing, you weren't feeling particularly tired last night. Yeah, I mean, I've had that happen where, like, even if I've set an alarm, I've slept straight through it, even though I wasn't really tired beforehand as well. Thomas, you already found a game to calm down after the stream from the challenge? Well, when I finish this game, the game to replace it will be Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, the sequel. And while I do have a challenge for that game, it definitely won't be on anywhere near the same level of frustration as this challenge has been for the first game. And the challenge that I've got set up, it's more of just a unique way of playing through the game kind of thing. Not so much a challenge of, oh my god, how hard is it? But just, sticking to a certain specific thing that I need to do throughout the game, just to approach things in a very different way. But I want to keep a secret what that is until I actually get to it. Not that no one on the planet has probably ever thought to do a playthrough like the one I'm going to do for Pandora tomorrow, but still. Sometimes I like to keep things a surprise until I'm actually doing them. Be like, surprise, this is the actual playthrough I'm doing. But it's something that has been inspired by something from this game as well, which is what made me think of the challenge in the first place. Dr. Darling, Pandora Tomorrow celebrates its 20th anniversary, or was it Chaos Theory that came out in 2004? It's Pandora Tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be doing an anniversary playthrough of Pandora Tomorrow separate from the annual playthroughs, so there will be another Splinter Cell playthrough of Pandora Tomorrow before the year is out that I'll do as part of the 20th anniversary celebration. And Chaos Theory was 2005, so I'll be doing something for that game too. Hugo, you're going to take a shower now. Speak with you maybe later this stream. No problemo, Hugo. I hope you have a good one. Thanks you for dropping in for a bit as well. Thomas, surprise, it's Monster Hunter for real. It's like, yes, I'm going to go out and find monsters IRL and be like, it's a monster. Fire-breathing one. Get the fire blankets. Alright, so there's a turret. So I'm allowed to make the turret shoot at something else, as long as the turret's not detecting me and shooting at me. Same goes for enemies, except in the enemy's case, if I make the turret turn against enemies, as long as there's no other enemies in the vicinity. If I had one enemy left and I use the turret on them, then that's fine. As long as the turret doesn't detect me, and they don't detect me after I activate the option to make it shoot its allies. So when I practiced this section after the detection that happened earlier, one of the things I said that I would have to do when I actually did restart the mission and get back up to this point again was to hide the bodies. Because this is one of those missions where the game will actually recognize that you haven't hidden the bodies properly, and it will actually come up with a message with Lambert telling you to watch the alarms because a dead body's been found. Okay, that's that room gotten through. But wait, there's more. Dr. Darling, is this the same mission you started before ending yesterday? It is, yeah. Yeah, so we're still on mission 8.
Maybe it was a shadow.
Just had to think for a moment, Dr. Darling. Were you meaning the one that I was struggling for hours and hours? Is that the mission you're wondering if I ended the stream after finishing?
What was that?
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, so this is the mission that I started and showed the intro to and then ended the stream, yeah. Yeah, so this is still that same mission.
Somebody's coming.
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
For now, the broadcast. It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Colonel, this is Baldry. The landmines are in place. Make sure nobody without the polarized thermal sensor enters the courtyard.
I want all identifying details stricken from the room. Keep the lights off of the walls. Give them fuller highlights. We need to clearly see their faces when they die. Where's our sound man? Make sure we're close enough to hear prayers.
There's something on the roof. Should we check it out?
It's probably another rat, and I don't want to miss the executions. What the hell just happened? The broadcast antenna's down. We've got no outgoing signal.
You're under attack. The Americans are here. They've taken out the broadcast antenna.
Get Nicholas out of here. I want his helicopter airborne now. I want a squad of technicians with an armed escort on the roof and repairing that antenna. I want the Americans found and killed.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like you shook things up pretty well, but it's only going to buy us a few minutes. Find those soldiers, Fisher.
We have Nicholas on board. Estimated departure in...
Hey there, Lidus. Welcome on in, dude. Thanks for redeeming those impressions. Yo, Bane, it's Sam Fisher again. I bet his cells are splintering since he's a cyborg, too. You can't be a super spy. Humans make mistakes. I hear the chopper. Go, Sam, get to the chopper.
Oh, T-800, I couldn't agree with you more. But then, there's Batman. Oh man, this is crazy. Oh shit, they saw Sam, sort of. Let us have fun and enjoy the show. Ha ha ha. Oh, T-800, you suck, you stupid dick.
Come on, Bane. Don't be like that to Arnie. Poor Arnie. What did he actually do to you? Lidus, hey, Automod, nice timing to flag it. Yeah. It picked up on the you suck, you stupid dick part of it. But thanks for redeeming those, Lidus. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's why, Dr. Darling. Yeah. Thomas, we love Arnie. Absolutely. We definitely do. Son of Huck, 12 out of 10 would recommend. Nice. Well, that's good. That's good to go over the 10 and be 12 out of 10. Lidus, you're causing shenanigans in chat. Glad Rod is cool with it. Your weird sense of humor, that is. Oh, absolutely, dude. Yeah, it's good to have some shenanigans here and there. That guy is taking a very long leak. He's still going. Now that I turned the light off there, it'd be so funny if he pissed himself. Dr. Darling, that guy will be stuck in the toilet for hours. Pretty much. Like, I wonder how long he actually stays there, hanging a whiz. Sonahuk, to ease the tension of stealth. That's true. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too. Like, there's definitely a lot of parts where the tiniest mistake gets you detected. Which, I mean, you know, if you're looking at a realistic standpoint, that definitely makes sense, because in real life, one little slip up and that could mean you're dead, or at the very least get captured if they're so inclined to be capturing you instead of just killing you outright. And then you got to worry about, well, are they going to torture me to death, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Like do something simple, like practice trying to just open a door in your own place without making any sound at all. Now imagine having to do that with every single thing you do, every single step you take, every single thing you touch, every single thing, like your breathing even, you know, all that kind of stuff. And just imagine having to take care of all of that. And not farting or anything like that. Like,
This is Gringo. I want the American soldiers prepped and in studio. The execution are going forward as planned. Yes, sir.
Dr. Darling, did I just quote the police song? I don't know, actually. If I did it without actually realizing it. Thomas, imagine being an infiltrator in a mission, but you really, really, really have to take a big shit. Oh no. Like, seriously. What a predicament to be in. That'd be nuts. Oh, I see, Dr. Darling. It goes, every breath you take and every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take. Ah, okay. Yeah. No, it definitely wasn't intentionally trying to reference a police song, but which one is that one? Like, what's the name of that song? Because it's been a very long time since I listened to a lot of their songs. Okay, so now we're finally back. Oh, actually, no, we're not. We're almost back up to where I was when I got detected last time. So that's the name of the song, Every Breath You Take, from 1983. In a moment we're going to hear a voice, and that voice is Marcel Gianin, who in Assassin's Creed 2 plays the architect.
What about the broadcast?
It's not our place to question. Let's go.
The first dude that spoke, not the second. Nice one, Dr. Darling. Sam Fisher wins. Fatality. Thomas, finish him. Doo-doo-doo.
Somebody's coming.
Of course he'd fucking bloody see me right there. Motherfucking prick.
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
For now, the broadcast. It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Hey there, James. Good morning, dude. How's things going? Raid, hey Rod, not sure if this will help, but the objective of this challenge is to not get detected. Oh man. Are you sure? Well, of course he would go and look that far. So Nahug, it's hilarious that Thermal outlines Sam from the hip down. That's a good spot. I didn't even notice at all.
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
For now, the broadcast. It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Colonel, this is Boundary. The landmines are in place. Make sure nobody without the polarized thermal sensor enters the courtyard.
Right, most of your body heat is accumulated from the hip down, if you know what you mean. Son of a huck dude, ours. James, doing good, you guess. Can't progress through third level in AVP because devs didn't test the game mechanics at all. So yeah, shame on them. It's impossible or nightmare to progress because the mechanic you need to progress doesn't work 95% of the time. And then some random RNG happens at the same time. So awesome. When enemies can one-shot you during combat animation that staggers you and not them, even when it should, is fucking bull. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about games when they do that kind of shit. It's definitely unfair, you know. Like in Alan Wake 2, if you get knocked down by an enemy, you literally have to wait until the getting up animation is fully done before even being able to dodge. Like, it's not enough to just be able to do that after Alan gets on his feet, but you have to also wait until he properly gets up on his feet first before the dodge button actually works again. And in the meantime, an enemy can just come along and boom, hit you again and knock you down. So I hate when games do that. Like I understand to a certain point in an animation cycle for the player not to be able to make another action happen, but come on, sometimes that's a bit too pedantic of a programming.
I want all identifying details stricken from the room. Keep the lights off of the walls. Give them fuller highlights. We need to clearly see their faces when they die. Where's our sound man? Make sure we're close enough to hear prayers.
What the hell just happened? The broadcast antenna's down. We've got no outgoing
It was just
signal.
the wind, man. The wind was strong enough to get into that little corner and actually make the switch go off. That's what it was.
Airborne now. I want a squad of technicians with an armed escort on the roof and repairing that antenna. I want the Americans found and killed. Yes, sir.
Sounds like you shook things up pretty well, but it's only going to buy us a few minutes. Find those soldiers, Fisher.
have Nikolai on board. Estimated departure in...
Raid, are these just regular Ubisoft voice actors putting on Russian accents? It is, Raid, yeah. Yeah, even the Chinese characters in this game, they're just Ubisoft voice actors. I think in the sequel, a lot of the actors are actually staff of Ubisoft. That are doing the majority. Like main, because there was something that happened with the second game. There was like some kind of like strike with one of the guilds. I think it might have been the Actors Guild. So the actor for Lambert in the sequel is changed. Same with the actress for Grimm. Oh, you... Oh my fucking god, Rod. Jesus Christ.
Who did that?
Me. I did that. Friggin' wasting shit. Rage, you can put on a pretty good Russian accent. Oh yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what the, if they did one, that is, I don't know. I wonder what the Russian language version... Because that's one of the things I like about playing games in the Assassin's Creed series in a different language, is to actually hear what the performance sounds like in that language, to try and gain an appreciation of how
Gringo, this is Nikolai. Kill the American soldiers.
the actors who actually get hired
And kill them. We'll release
to
the
speak in that
footage when we
language,
can. Tell
how
Faraon
they
we're
interpret
moving ahead. I'll return
the character, or characters as well.
This is Gringo. I want the American soldiers prepped and in studio. The executions are going forward as planned. Yes, sir.
Dr. Darling, just like the room. Director, Tommy Wiseau. Writer, Tommy Wiseau. Stars, Tommy Wiseau.
That was Gringo. He wants
You're
us to
tearing me
listen
apart,
to the
Lisa.
studio.
You copy that, Fisher? The executions are going forward.
I heard. We got any more diversions?
Rage, you're going to play Stalker 2 with the language set to Ukrainian when it comes out. Well, that's cool that they are going to have it in that language available to select. So far, the only games I've actually changed the spoken language to suit the actual location of the game is with Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood. Just so I could do a trilogy of Ezio games with the Italian language. I also did it with Revelations, even though there's only a couple of, well, 3. Even though there's only about 3 4 actually. Even though there's only about 4 Italian characters. But I just wanted to do it to have a trilogy of Italian language playthroughs. I've also done the French language with Unity, but only the main game content though. And I've done Mirage with Arabic, which was really cool to do too. Right, you know a guy who's from Iraq and he told you the Arabic in AC Mirage is flawless, even down to the original accents. Well, that is really good too, because the thing is, you want the language to actually sound authentic. You know, if you can get a language to sound authentic, then it's more true to the actual language, and I feel in a way it's more respectful as well. Instead of doing like a version of it that might be only done for, you know, like actors who don't actually speak that language natively, who are actually trying to speak it in the English version of a game. Hey James, welcome back. Need to finish your laundry and ironing. No worries at all, James. So Nahuk, you took 2 semesters of Russian. You can hold a pleasant 5-minute conversation, count to 199 and read the uppercase Cyrillic, but not knowing what you're saying. Ah, okay. Well, still, that's quite an achievement.
What about the broadcast? It's not our place to question. Let's go.
I don't know how difficult I'll start my sentence again. I don't know how difficult it would be to have the option to change individual characters' dialogue to be of the language from which the character actually comes from. So, like, if you had a game where you had Chinese, Japanese, Russian, Spanish, and Arabic and German characters, that you could choose the setting in the options where the dialogue for each of those languages would actually play, instead of, you know, just the English language with an accent. That'd be really cool, because like Black Flag, it would have been cool to be able to play with the game where you have the dialogue from Spanish characters be completely in Spanish, and same for Portuguese and all that kind of stuff, while still keeping Edward and all the other English speaking characters speaking English. But even though Edward doesn't speak Spanish, and even though there's Portuguese characters in that game, I still, just for novelty, I wouldn't mind actually playing Black Flag with the Spanish language selected for the whole game. Ray, there's an episode of Family Guy when one character goes to India, and you saw a bunch of people talk about how every Indian character in the episode speaks with a South Indian accent. But you guess to most Westerners it all sounds the same. Yeah, and that's the thing too, you know, it's like the different dialects and all that kind of stuff. For those who don't speak it, it's definitely one of those things where it can sound all the same, because there's certain nuances that is different between each one, you know, but to actually be able to hear those and recognize them is definitely a skill that if you were to learn that language, if it's not your native language, that it would be one of those difficult things to make sure you're getting. James, you learned English like 12 years at school, but in the end you self-learned most of it. Well, that's really cool, though, that you did that too, as well. My friend Crocodiles, who also streams, he's German, and he learnt a lot of English through watching, other people stream in English, and also watching, videos on YouTube and stuff with people speaking English to help, learn and stuff. So it's really cool when you can do that too in your own sort of time instead of just only doing it when you're in like a school situation. So Nahak, you also a teacher's aide for Japanese for 2 semesters. You couldn't read their characters, but you picked up on the conversational side. Oh, well, that is really cool, though, that you're able to. I mean, I think I've seen, places in pictures in Japan where there is, like, English there. So I imagine if you can speak Japanese, then you're still at an advantage over people who can't. But if you can't read it, at least then there's, I imagine some things that are in English as well, so that you can actually look at it and go, oh, okay, so that's what it actually says. Right, the thing about Black Flag being in multiple languages at once is, canonically speaking, Edward can't speak Spanish, like you said, so for certain scenes it wouldn't make sense. That's true, Raid, yeah. Yeah. But the other thing is too, like, I mean, you look at that scene with Benjamin Hornigold when he's trying to big note himself about how he's a great, captain, and how he's great at boarding ships and, doing all that kind of stuff. But he can't speak, Spanish, so the guy who he's talking to, who is speaking Spanish, is able to speak a little bit of English, and I guess Benjamin Hornigold can speak a little bit of Spanish, but not enough to be able to just fully speak to him in Spanish to tell him what's going on, So yeah, there'd be moments there too, definitely, where it wouldn't make sense that the character... I mean, unless there was a scene where, Edward said, yeah, I learned Spanish for a few years when I was, when I first came out here or something. Then you could, justify him being able to understand what was happening. But then it wouldn't explain why Charles Vane and Jack Rackham and Anne Bonny and Mary Read and all those characters would be able to just, speak Spanish fluently then. So Nahak, you think what helped you was being introduced to music at an early age, and music connects both hemispheres of the brain. Oh, that's really cool. That's the thing too, like the earlier you start learning something in your life, especially when you're a child, because a lot of things that we learn as children form, what we actually know later in life or remember, so if you're able to listen to music at an early age and have that happen, that's awesome, Just goes to show that music can go beyond just being something that's, enjoyable to listen to. Thank you, Raid, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. Tell your friends we're stealing your goods, and we won't hurt nobody if everyone stays as still as a sandbar. You got that? Please to repeat? Oh, for fuck's sake. Thank you, Raid, for redeeming that from Black Flag. The very scene that we were talking about. Nice. Oh yeah, Raid. Same here. Yeah, that scene never fails to be hilarious. Oh yeah. Especially all the talk that Benjamin Hornigold's been saying to Edward about, yeah, you know, you need to project this and, you know, weave a spell over weaker minds and, you know, all this kind of bullshit. Sort of a huck dude ass. Alright, let's see if we can finally get past this section without being fully detected. Alright, this time I thought I would do that tactic on him. Take him off the playing field, so to speak. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. How's your morning going so far? Well, the mission is still going. I've been still working on it since the start of the stream. We're up to this part now where there's all this cold fog air. And so to actually see 100% properly, you need to go into your thermal vision mode. And there's actually quite a few rooms like this to get through with multiple enemies, and there's also gun turrets that if they detect you, they'll start shooting at you. So still haven't cracked the mission yet. But it's going well. I've seen some fancy ways they've actually been, people have done this, but that's too risky for me. Listen, they still haven't quacked it. Nope, definitely haven't quacked it yet. Quack. Quack, quack. So, Nahuk, how do you say saw with an R in it? Saw. I saw something just now. Saw. Lucinda, a lady you used to work with, was from Australia, and she'd always pronounce your name with what sounded like an R at the end, like Lucinda. Yeah, I guess now that I think about it, words that end with A. That's interesting, though. Makes me now think about whether I've actually done that without thinking about it. Sonohuk, you know it's an accent thing. Is it before the W or after the W? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't really know from that perspective of it. But I guess, like, it's a very soft kind of, like, difference. Lucinda, for you, your morning is going well. You're actually mulling over a decision that you might not be able to pass up. Got to think more on it, though. Ah, well, I'm glad to hear that your morning's going well, and definitely take as much time as you need to. You know, like, especially if it's something that is going to be something not to pass up. You know, or that you can't pass up as well. So definitely wish you all the best with that. I do. Okay, cool. It's just an Aussie thing. Yeah, it's something I never even thought about, to be honest. With certain words, like we have a lot of words that veranda, like, which is essentially Australian for porch.
Sounds like fighting.
Oh man, that was so fucking lucky. I thought this guy was actually going to detect me. Shit, that other guy in the other room. Just saw him just now. Alright. That was lucky. Hey there, demigod. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. You're gonna inbox me something? Oh yeah, that's no trouble at all. Now to carry this guy all the way back here, just for safety. Because this is one of those levels where even if you killed all the enemies, if you leave any bodies around, the game will actually kick your ass on it and be like, a body was found, alert. So I can't take that chance. Because if that happens, I have to restart the mission. Sanahak, in musical terms you understand, but linguistically you don't understand. Oh yeah, that's definitely fair enough too, as well. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of things that can be said without even thinking about how it's being said, as well. But yeah, there's definitely words in Australia that and sometimes we shorten things, even in terms of like how we sound things out, as well as like with text stuff. What a collection of dead bodies I've put in this corner. This looks so creepy. They're just twitching as well. Demigod, you're going through a rough time. You're drunk, you can't make sense of your word. It's already 4:43 a.m. But you lost everything, son, and relationship. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about that, Demigod. That would definitely be rough as well. Because I know that when you've been in before, you've really talked about how you were enjoying things and things were going well and everything. So sorry to hear about that, Demigod. I definitely hope that you can get through this as best as you can, and that you can come out the other side, stronger as well. That's definitely understandable, so early in the morning as well. Demigod, why is his cheeks warm? If you know, you know. These enemies, they had like really hot food before. Had like a really hot curry. Listen, do they look duplicated? They definitely do. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong there. It looks like something out of a horror movie. Like some mutated thing. Like in the movie The Thing. Where you have these two people who their faces were melted into each other's. Okay, Sam needs a bit more leg room. Oops, wrong button. There we go. That's true. Yeah, listen, that's another way to put it too. They look like conjoined twins. Starting to huck the jiggle physics though. 2002. I don't know what that enemy's doing, and it's kind of worrying me because I don't know if he's going to detect me or not. He keeps acting silly. Oh ho 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 ho. He saw me. The motherfucker saw me. See, I knew there was something up with that enemy, the way that he was moving around. It was like he was already aware of me, but the game hadn't triggered the music yet. Oh dear.
Fisher, we're getting close to war. If Nikolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worried?
Indeed, Lucinda, that's definitely the thing. It's like, what the hell?
It'll buy us time to stop the killings. Nikolaj is broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Just love it when games do that. Oh yeah, Demigod. Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely will have a look at Whispers on Twitch later, so take your time as well. Like if you want to, even if it's like a long message, don't worry about that. Like I definitely don't mind. Demigod, thank you so very much for the 5 bits. Thank you, Demigod. I really do appreciate that, dude. That's awesome. Thank you very much. James, and here you thought you're not lucky today. Holy shit. Yeah. Sanahak, thank you very much for giving a gift sub to Demigod. That's excellent. Thank you so much for doing that. And congratulations, Demigod, on getting a gift sub. That's awesome. Oh, that's alright, Demigod. That's no worries at all. Yeah, I definitely won't, you know, be upset if there's, spelling errors and stuff. That's alright, dude. Thank you so much for stopping in for a bit, and you take care of yourself, and you'll get through this. I mean, it's not easy, of course, but, you know, you'll get through this and be stronger on the other side. But you have a good night. Rest easy. Have a good rest. And yeah, if you need to send an inbox, just to vent or whatnot, definitely don't hesitate. Oh, absolutely, Huck. Thank you for being so generous. James, so now you just need to kill her and you got a brand new boss weapon. Oh, nice. So what kind, like, do you know already what kind of stats it will have? James, yeah, you can choose the element of the weapon, and its percent damage is random from 25 to 60% damage increase. Well, he's hoping that it is more giving you closer to the 60% than not. That's really cool.
I want all identifying details stricken from the room. Keep the lights off of the walls. Give them fuller highlights. We need to clearly see their faces when they die. Where's our sound man? Make sure we're close enough to hear prayers.
There's something on the roof. Should we check it out?
It's probably another rat, and I don't want to miss the executions.
That actor who said, I don't want to miss the executions, it's the same actor in Assassin's Creed 2 who plays Jacopo de Pazzi. He's the dude that Rodrigo puts the sword through, and he's still breathing and still alive, and Ezio has to go in and put him out of his misery. Are you staying for long? Or holidaying here? Nah, invading. Thank you for redeeming that Arnie impression, Mr. Gote. What's the context of that? Where's that from?
Now, I want a squad of technicians with an armed escort on the roof and repairing that antenna. I want the Americans found and killed.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like you shook things up pretty well, but it's only going to buy us a few minutes. Find those soldiers, Fisher.
Huck, guess a number between 1 and 5. 4. Good one, Dyson. Welcome on in. Putting the dash instead of the 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Mr. Gote, just something you came up with. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was trying to wonder where I might have heard that from, or what I did in the game that might have triggered that. Pi isn't a number. Puts out hands defensively. Well, I'm more interested in pi as a food instead of like pi as, the mathematical thing. Whoa, son of a huck. Holy shit. Thank you so very much. 4,000 bits. Thank you. Son of a huck. Thank you so much for that. Holy shit. Wasn't expecting that, that's for sure. Thank you so very much for your generosity. That's really, really cool. Definitely a plot twist to the stream. Thank you very much.
We have Nikolai on board. estimated departure in...
Mr. Gote, no, otherwise you would have gone, my cell has been splintered. Classic. Dyson, you think pi is involved in pi to some degree? The first two letters of the word? Mr. Gote, but you've been good though. You've been playing Rise of the Ronin all day today. Oh, really cool. Yeah, I remember Gizlek was playing that game. I think he still is as well. I think he's doing either like some things that were left over, or no, I think he was doing the game again but on a higher difficulty, I think. Oh, really? So technically it's pronounced Sona. Sona Huck. Mr. Gote in an Arnie voice, son of a bitch. You also have Jack Burton in Big Trouble in Little China where he's like, son of a bitch must pay.
Gringo, this is Nicolaj. Kill the American soldiers. Take them to the studio and kill them. We'll release the footage whenever we can. Tell Theron we are moving ahead. I'll retrieve the Ark.
You remember Mr. Gote, the villain in Outlast 2? Noth, the really creepy guy, the leader of the village that's in Outlast 2? Well, the actor who plays him, Vlasta Vrana, is the villain in this game, who just spoke then, Combine Nicolards.
This is Gringo. I want the American soldiers prepped.
You prefer Sona? No worries at all, Sona Huck. Thanks for letting me know. I definitely will pronounce it that way going forward.
What the hell?
Yes, sir.
Aw, game, what? Da. Stay sharp, there's probably others. Yeah, I doubt I'll be getting through this level today, but we'll keep on going. Dyson, Big Trouble in Little China is great. It really, really is. It's my favorite movie, that one.
If Nicolaj kills these men on live broadcast, we're sunk.
Are we worrying about the broadcast or the murders?
Which low pan, the little basket case on wheels or the 10-foot tall roadblock?
Broadcasting from an antenna on the roof. That's your first objective. You'll find the rest on your OPSAT.
Mr. Gote, yeah, some of the villains in games have a great IMDb profile. There was one who had like multiple games and movie voices and character. You were like, damn, oh yeah. Yeah, the amount of work too that they can do in so much time, like things that might not come out the same year that they actually did the work on it, but they do so many projects that are across multiple different forms of media and stuff. Mr. Gote, Erica Rosenbaum, who was in Outlast 2, was in Assassin's Creed VR and Outlast Trials, etc. Oh, yeah? Dyson, for you, it's Shigo from Kim Possible. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with those characters.
Make sure nobody without the polarized thermal sensor enters the courtyard.
Her voice actor is Gooden. I mean, it'd be tough too, because it's not as simple as just, here, say these words that we've written for you, and then boom, called it a day. The actual amount of work that needs to be done and all that kind of stuff. I hope I'll be right here without the spotlight seeing me. And one way to find out. Yeah. It's all good. Mr. Gote, Lynn Langerman, she played in Outlast 2. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I was wondering, because there's that character, then there's also Val as well. Then there's like Marta as well. Sonahuk, you're in your vein in the way your name is traditionally spelt. It was supposed to be Sonahuk, but you thought the K was easier in cursive. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing to consider too with things like that. Whatever is most comfortable to actually do and use. Mr. Gote, Brett Watson, Catherine Kidd, Carl Graboshas, more big names to like the game, had like 5-star casting almost. Oh yeah. And it's really cool too when you have them doing things not just in one franchise by that developer or publisher, but also other ones too, as well.
I want all identifying details stricken from the room. Keep the lights off of the walls. Give them fuller highlights. We need to clearly see their faces when they die. Where's our sound man? Make sure we're close enough to hear prayers.
Mr. Goatee, Michael Ironside, who did Sam Fisher's voice. Also in Starship Troopers, Total Recall, Top Gun, Scanners. Oh yeah. Yeah. Other movies I've seen him in was Highlander 2, The Quickening. He played the villain in that movie, which is a terrible sequel, but you could tell that he was having fun playing the villain in that movie. And another movie that he was in that I liked was Major Payne. He's actually the father of one of the cadets, the older cadet out of the group, who Major Payne actually has a fight with. Plus heaps of other stuff too. He was even in a Terminator movie. He was in Terminator, what's the fucking name of it? Salvation, that's right. Terminator Salvation. Beep, 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 boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to go run your errands. I'll be back if you're still streaming when I return. Ah, no trouble at all, Lucinda. I'll still give it quite a bit of time to try and get through this game. This level today. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I'll definitely be still streaming for a few hours yet. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope your errands go well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda finished recently her first ever playthrough of Control. Is also finishing off her Techland Zombie Marathon by doing a playthrough of Dying Light 2. Is also going to be doing a playthrough of God of War 2018 in the near future. And will also be doing a playthrough in the near future of Ghost of Tsushima. Big fan of other series like The Evil Within, The Last of Us, Dishonored, Bioshock, and Resident Evil. Highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel, a great streamer with some really cool emotes as well. No problemo for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Hope the errands go well. Hopefully it's a good day weather-wise for you as well.
We have Nicolás on board. Estimated departure in...
Sonahuk, it's 3 a.m, so you're going to lurk. Good night. Oh yeah, no worries at all, Sonahuk. Thank you so very much for being here. I really do appreciate that. I hope that you have a great sleep. And thank you so much for the gift sub, and also thank you very much for the bits as well. That's also appreciated. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for leaving the lurk. Hey there, In Meter. Welcome on in. Still stuck on this mission. This was the mission that I got up to and then ended the stream with yesterday. And for 3 hours and 36 minutes so far of this stream, I've been working on getting through it. But we've had a few detections in this mission already. Cheers, Sona. Thank you so much.
Gringo, this is Nicolaj. Kill the American soldiers. Take them to the studio and kill them. We'll release the footage whenever we can. Tell Theron we are moving ahead. I'll retrieve the Ark.
What the hell?
There we go, got him that time.
This is Gringo. I want the American soldiers prepped and in studio.
Oh yeah, it's going not too badly otherwise in Meter. There's a tough section in this level where there's all this fog from the cold air. There's a few rooms with that, and there's also turrets that will actually detect you and start shooting at you. But we'll get there eventually. Well, thanks so much, Sona, for the kind words.
Copy that, Fisher. The executions are going forward.
I heard. We got any more diversions?
Your gun's full of them. Make sure that escort doesn't reach our troops.
Cheers, In Meter. Absolutely do. It's just a matter of time. What really helped with the overall time it's taking for the whole playthrough is getting through 2 missions in yesterday's stream. Getting through mission 6, and then actually getting through mission 7 on the first attempt without even getting fully detected. So even if it takes like today and another weekend to get through the game, I've still got plenty of time before the year ends to finish off the other Splinter Cell playthroughs I've got. Drop down, Sam. Drop down, Sam. It's about time. Yeah, that was a fluke. That I was not expecting that, and I don't think there'll be a mission in this playthrough that I do the same way either. And there's so many times where it could have gone wrong in that 7th mission, but didn't. Thanks for the GGs on that.
What about the broadcast?
It's not our place to question. Let's go.
Pretty much in Meter. Yeah, it's just like, don't ask questions, comrade. Just do what you're told without question. Sona, thank you so very much for the 1,000 bits. That is muchly appreciated. That's awesome. Thank you very, very much. That's right, and Mita, yeah. Yeah, this is the part of the abattoir where they have the meat hanging up, and there's a few rooms with that happening with different enemies and stuff. So that's the furthest I've been is the second last room of the cold area. Sona, it was a trick question, the 1 out of 5. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely was not expecting, that, but it's definitely appreciated. What? That airfoil round didn't fucking hit the enemy even though I was aiming at them? You know what? I'm not counting that one. Putting my foot down. I'm not counting that detection. I shot the enemy with something that should have made them actually get dazed. And the game straight up refused to accept that. That was absolute, utter bull fucking shit. Absolute bullshit. I'm not accepting that. That's the game not actually working the way it's supposed to fucking work. It's absolutely ridiculous. That's it, Sona. Yeah, definitely a lot more of that happening in the level with this vision mode. It makes it damn. The game was like, you're cheating, bro. Pretty much. Like, that is just absolute ridiculous. Like, if there was a wall between me and them, sure, but there wasn't. Do not know why that didn't have any effect on them at all. Welcome back, Hugo. Just had a moment of bullshit from the game where it didn't register that I used something against the enemy that should have actually knocked them out. Well, not knock them out, but at least make them go dizzy for a few moments to let me get in there and, knock them out. Oh yeah, it's really annoying when that stuff happens. Whenever there's something in a game that I'm doing a challenge with where the game itself is not working the way it should do, then I don't count it as a rule break. Sona Xbox physics. So a bullet goes through this. But even if it was that, if a bullet can pass through, but an airfoil round can't, then I'm still not counting that. Too bad I can't just pull the trigger and be like, boom. Sona, not canon. There, he's dead now.
Somebody's coming. Maybe it was a shadow.
I've got a dead body here.
Alright, so that's okay. But there's another enemy that messed me up the other time I got past this little part. So in any level where an enemy finds a dead body and an alarm doesn't get triggered, it's okay for them to find the dead body. But if they find a dead body and they run over to an alert thing and set it off, then that does actually count, and I would have to restart the mission. Also, if I just leave enemies out in the open in this mission without hiding their bodies, the game itself will make an alarm trigger, and then Lambert will tell you about it. And if that happens, then I have to restart the mission. But an enemy coming across the body and going, "Oh my god, they're dead," and then not setting off an alarm and then just exploring, doesn't count. There is actually a trick that I've seen other players use where they basically use a diversion camera, and what they do is they shoot it at the wall and then they spam the whistle function on it a few times to lure the two enemies over to the one spot. And then what they do is they climb up on a pipe that's on the roof, and they use that pipe all the way into the other room over the cabinets or whatever they are, and then they drop down on the other side. But I tried that and it worked one attempt, but on the other attempt it didn't, so I made the decision not to worry about trying to make that happen. So instead I've tried to take out the enemies in the room one by one before progressing forward. The way that enemy in the other room is reacting is how they were reacting before. They were very erratic, and as soon as I didn't even have to get into their line of sight, they detected me. That's what happened on a previous attempt. So this time I'm going to see if I can lure them out. Just wanted to double check that I actually got all the bodies of the enemies we knocked out or killed in this room. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. How's things going? Now I need to deal with this soldier here who is glitched a little bit.
Somebody's coming. Must have been nothing. What was that? Maybe it was a shadow. Somebody's coming.
In this game in the series, you can't have Sam swap which shoulder he's aiming his weapon with. If I could though, in this game, I would have been able to get that guy on the other angle, maybe. They don't let you do that until the third game, Chaos Theory. Shaky had a bad shoulder in this entry. Yeah, that could be a canon way to explain it. He's got some kind of injury to his shoulder.
What was that?
Yes! Got him. Alright, with him off the board, now I can actually do this without worrying about getting detected. Shaky, the jump makes me laugh. It's like a stiff T-pose. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. Yeah, it's funny in games from the early 2000s, some of the little things that make them a product of their time. Hello there, AC. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well. So there's a gun turret there. If the turret detects me and shoots at me, then I have to restart the mission. But you can actually distract the turret and make it shoot somewhere else. So if I am to do that, then that's fine. And if there are enemies around, if there's only one left, and I use that to kill them, because you can make it shoot their allies, then that's fine too. But there we go, that takes care of that. Dr. Darling, the thermal sensor is probably your favorite one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like in Chaos Theory how they add the ability to use your pistol as not just, to shoot stuff with, but also a way to disable lights temporarily. And also cameras as well. That's true, Sona, yeah. All the warm parts of human bodies getting shown up in this vision mode. The first thing I ever saw in anything that had this as a visual representation was the first Predator movie, The Predator's Vision. Okay, so that section where that last enemy is, it's the final section that I have to get through cold rooms. But we still have a fair bit of the mission left after this point. Yeah, Shaky. Want some candy? Predator 2. That's a pretty good sequel, that one. Oh, that's fair enough, Shaky. Yeah, you like Predator 2 more than the original movie? That's fair enough. It was definitely a good idea to change the setting. Yeah, because of the urban environment. Yeah, so many good characters, such a good vibe. You love the ending. Yeah, it is a good ending. Yeah, I really like that. I like how he's like, who's next? Expecting like more fights, but then yeah, they're honoring him for his prowess against their other warriors. I like how they give the Predator more weapons as well for the sequel. The honor of the Predator in battle was burned into your brain from that movie as a kid. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things too. Like you might not necessarily think of it straight away. So no Requiem was asking R-rated R, not PG-13. Oh yeah, even though I do like that second Alien vs Predator movie was R-rated and it was more gory and stuff, they wasted that with the setting where they set it. Like a small town, I don't care what country it's set in, a small town isn't really a exciting location to have a predator or alien battle. You know what I mean? Like something like it would have been interesting if they actually had it set in a desert. Just have something else visually, instead of just a town. You can tell that one of the reasons they did that was just for budget reasons. It's like, let's set the movie in a human location, a small town, to save money on having to build, or film in a city or something like that. Shaky Predator would be cool set in modern day Rome with a Colosseum. Oh yeah. And there's so many settings that would be good. So it was such a waste. Absolutely. I mean, the thing, like the first AVP, don't get me wrong, it's also not a good Alien vs Predator movie. But one thing I will say for it is that when they actually go underground, that was the more interesting part of that movie, where they went underground. Not so much the being set in a really cold location, because obviously, they don't usually go there, but they create the explanation that there's it's like a hunting ground that's where they purposefully breed aliens for the predators to go and fight. But the second one should have been set somewhere else, and with the R rating as well. Oh my god, there's another guy there? Oh! Does he know where I am though? That's the question. Because just because he sees the dead body and hears the shot doesn't mean he knows where I am. No, he didn't know where I was. He knew that there was a death, but he didn't know where I was. If he did know, he'd be shooting back and he'd also be coming after me. So I'm not going to count that because he didn't actually see Sam. He didn't set an alarm off. So that's all good. But still, like, holy shit. I just thought that there was two there. Shaky, did you see the Yubi drama regarding Shadows nicking an idea from the One Piece anime? They took a character's exact sword and made it the main character in Shadow's sword. Oh. Like, I know about, you know, Ubisoft taking shortcuts with stuff, but that's a bit much if they're doing that kind of thing. Like, it'd be like if I went down to a cheap store and bought something and then I tried to sell it online for way more than it cost. Ah, thank you, Shaky. I'll check that out soon. Thank you for sending that through. Sona, what should have happened? Central America, rated R onslaught. Exactly, that would have been really good, Sona. Yeah. Just go all in on it. The question now is, though, where is this guard? There he is. There we go. Alright. That was very close though, because if he actually chased after me and was shooting at me, then I would have had to restart the mission. But because he still didn't know where I was, he was aware that there was someone there, but he didn't know where I was. I could have been behind him. Sona, you think Sam does yoga on his free time? I mean, in the PlayStation 2 version, they have a cutscene where he actually goes scuba diving underwater. But that's not yoga. So he does do certain things to keep himself fit, of course. But yeah, I wonder if he does yoga. Shaky, he better. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of situations where it could call for it. I mean, especially like with, you know, upper body strength and things hanging off of stuff, climbing across things. So now you took 1 semester of yoga and you swear you were more sore from that than from swimming? Oh, really? So how long is 1 semester worth? We are now the furthest I've been in this playthrough in this mission so far.
How did that happen? That's weird.
Clear non-essential personnel from all secured areas and report back to control.
So now swimming was 3 hours a week, while yoga was 4 hours a week, swimming was 6 hours. Ah. That is definitely a fair amount of hours, that's for sure, doing that a week. Smile for the camera, Sam.
It's not right.
That's one way to take a selfie. So now just holding a pose in yoga for 2 minutes equal to 200 freestyle.
There's nothing here.
Holy shit. I mean, 2 minutes may seem like a short time, but depending on what you're doing, 2 minutes can feel like a long time. And I imagine having to hold a pose for 2 minutes definitely feels longer than 2 minutes. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. So no pause screen hype. Shaky, woo! Talking about poses. That pose that Sam is holding there. It's really cool in Chaos Theory how they added the ability to have Sam be able to, as someone's walking under him, when he's hanging off a pipe like that, to actually either kill them or knock them out. There's just so many really cool ways that they gave you to knock enemies out and stuff as well. Shaky, did you check the link on the break? Oh no, I was doing some other things. Some other things that I had to take care of. But I will check that out soon. Oh, cool, Shaky, yeah. Yeah, because I think that's a bit silly for them to do that. It's like, what the hell? Shaky, it's so blatant. Oh. Yeah, there's ways to do things to save time that still is good and in good taste and good quality, but then there's like being cheap about it. Go back, Bayern. I'm going to Mordor alone.
Of course you are. And I'm coming with you.
Lord of the Terminators. Return of the Bane.
Found the corpse. It's one of ours.
Okay, so since there's no alarms, it means that it's okay if a body is found by another enemy. Except when the asshole decides to come in here and almost gets me. I wasn't anticipating that he would actually go in that far. But he did, so there we go. Dr. Darling, Lord of the Rings, the two strong men. Going into Mordor to lay the smackdown on Sauron.
Identify yourself. What the hell?
Hey there, Rosie. Welcome on in. What a perfectly normal day to wake up to. As opposed to a unnatural day. Alright, so these turrets, if I shoot something and destroy it, that makes it shoot at that thing that I destroyed, then that's fine. There we go. Good thing it didn't hit me.
What the hell? Identify yourself. How did that happen?
What? Nah. I'm not counting that. I was in pitch fucking black. Pitch darkness. No light source that he could have seen me from that fucking distance. See this bullshit? Like, look. How the fuck? Look at the light meter. It's all the way to the left. Which means I'm in complete darkness, and he saw me there. Before someone says, the lights on Sam's goggles don't actually get detected by anyone, because IRL, these wouldn't be lit up. They just did it for the game's purposes. But I'm in complete darkness here. No light source is shining on Sam. There's no light. So there's no way that enemy saw me down here. Now, he might think I'm down here, because that's where the shot came from, but he doesn't actually know literally where I was. He didn't know I was hiding here. I could have been over here, for all he knew. You know what I mean? So I'm not counting that. Now, if there was light on Sam, and if there was some light source that was able to reach him here, because that light source there doesn't go beyond that point. That light source doesn't go beyond that point. That light source doesn't go beyond that point. So how the fuck did that enemy see me in this darkness? Because the game is just bullshit. So I'm not counting that. We're going to continue on. Hey there, Code. That enemy was a Sith. He used the Force to see you. Exactly, he used the Force, and he was able to see around corners with his mind, and he was like, right, that's where the person is. But yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that, because I was literally in darkness. The indicator to let me know whether I'm in light or not was all the way to the left, which indicates I'm in darkness, so let's move on. You got to be kidding me, right? That was turning the other way when I moved. No, not counting that. It was turning the other way. That's such bullshit, though. In the written rules, I don't actually have that as a requirement. I was already hidden by something, and I started moving when it was going the other way. I didn't go slowly.
Come on, you know you want to watch. I don't. Broadcasting murder is barbaric. You're naive to think it's anything but history. It's a pointless conversation. We're on patrol until the alert quiets. Don't tell me you believe those American super spy stories coming out of Kola. If Nikolaz believes them, I believe them. Those stories are nothing but Russian winters and Russian vodka. We should be with the others watching the broadcast.
Alright, so this part here is force detections. The enemies are supposed to know that you're here when we actually have the conversations that we need to. Then there'll be a section where the enemies will be drawn to the basement here. So to initiate the next part, you go to that side. But just to get the dialogue, I'm going to go this side first.
I want to go home.
We haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm not sure I can walk.
You've come to save us. Where are the others?
It's just me.
Oh, crap.
Alright, so when we speak to this guy, the enemies will come down to the basement. So from here on out, it's forced combat and detections.
You are American.
You're Chinese.
The PRC ambassador to Myanmar. I must speak with a representative of your government.
They hear everything I do. Shoot.
Kong Furong does not represent the will of China. He is a splinter faction of the Chinese army. All of them fanatics and fools.
What does he want?
First, Taiwan, with others to follow. Gifts to the PRC he thinks they will not be able to refuse.
How is Nikolaz involved?
Trade. Farong provides transport and munitions in exchange for weapons-grade nuclear waste.
Does China know?
No. And unless they are issued proof of Farong's activities, I fear the certainty of war.
What's the proof?
On the computer in his office. My office. He has overridden and reset the lock.
I force him to open his computer and forward the contents to the PRC. And our countries don't go to war.
Such is my hope.
Rosie, eyes up here, Fisher. Oh, that's something I never even thought about.
The Americans have taken the basement. I want all available men armed to converge on the basement. We'll kill them all. Colonel Bagrat, report. Colonel Bagrat. Damnation. I'm going down there. Nosenko, you're coming with me.
Fisher, kill. His men are mercenaries. Their only cause is money and intimidation.
So, Strinko's dead.
Let's hope so. They killed the... We can't politic our way out of this anymore. Mission's
Damnation. The Americans have taken the basement. I want all available men armed to converge on the basement. We'll kill them all. Colonel Bagrat, report. Colonel Bagrat. Damnation. I'm going down there. Nosenko, you're coming with me.
Fisher, kill Franco. His men are mercenaries. Their only cause is money and intimidation.
So, once Strinko's dead, they scatter.
Hope so.
Oh my god, I thought I had the fucking bloody sticky shocker equipped on the fucking gun. Could have sworn I did before I saved it, but anyway, whatever game. Whatever game, I fucking bloody shot that at the fucking thing. Here, not a smoke grenade. Here, have a fucking frag grenade. Here, have another fucking frag grenade. Have another fucking frag grenade as well. Up your fucking ass. Oh, bullshit. Cunt.
Grinko's dead. He killed Grinko. Repeat that. Mrs. Grinko is dead.
Fisher, Echelon just picked out an intercept. Farong knows that Grinko's dead and Nikolads is gone.
That's not good.
Get back to the embassy. He's trying to destroy the evidence that could keep us out of a war.
Right.
There we go. Got through that mission. Rosie boss fight this guy. Oh, absolutely. He can survive frag grenades up his ass and is fucking fine. It's like bullshit game, whatever. Mukso Bo meets Yangon, Myanmar, November 11th, 2004. The rescue of the US troops and Chinese dignitaries has momentarily stabilized faltering US-Chinese relations. The Chinese dignitaries claim that Ferrong represents only a splinter faction of the PLA, operating without the knowledge of Greater China. Proof that Ferrong has gone renegade could prevent an impending war. Thanks for the GGs, James. Muchly appreciated.
Since the unexplained interruption of the webcast executions, no information of the captured American soldiers has surfaced. Has instated a complete media blackout regarding diplomatic negotiations between the U.S. and China. Authorities warn of the very real possibility of Georgian mercenaries releasing falsified news reports. The possibility that China was in any way involved in the still unconfirmed execution of American soldiers, in the hope that the crisis can be averted before leading to World War.
Thanks for redeeming the random horror movie quote, James. I'll grab that. Alright, so I've got a random horror movie quote. Name the killer in Friday the 13th. Jason, Jason, Jason. I'm sorry, that's the wrong answer. No, it's not. No, it's not. It was Jason. Afraid not. No way. Listen, it was Jason. I saw that movie 20 goddamn times. Then you should know that Jason's mother, Mrs. Voorhees, was the original killer. Jason didn't show up until the sequel. I'm afraid that was a wrong answer. You tricked me. Lucky for you, there's a bonus round, but poor Steve, I'm afraid he's out. That's from the original Scream. Thanks for redeeming that, James. Chinese Embassy, Yangon, Myanmar, November 12, 2004. Discover President Nicoladze's secret. Following the rescue at the slaughterhouse, Ferrong prepares to flee the embassy with a near-complete nuclear device. The only hope to prevent war between the US and China over alleged Chinese support of Combine Nicoladze is for Third Echelon to find proof that Ferrong is acting alone.
We'll make this fast, Fisher. We need proof that Ferrong represents a splinter faction opposed to the Chinese government.
Am I still on leash inside the embassy?
Not at all. You're fully authorized to use lethal force. Fifth freedom with everybody, except Ferrong. We can't risk killing him until we've got proof. We're done with politics. This is war.
This is as close as we get. Lambert's worried about spooking Ferrong.
We'll make it work.
Do good, Agent. I don't want to go to war.
What if it detonates?
Maybe a trick of these shadows. Maybe I am losing them.
We'll make this fast, Fisher. We need proof that Fairong represents a splinter faction opposed to the Chinese government.
Am I still on leash inside the embassy?
Not at all. You're fully authorized to use lethal force. Fifth freedom with everybody, except Fairong. We can't risk killing him until we've got proof. We're done with politics. This is war.
What if it detonates on the way?
The Colonel told me that's impossible.
Why? Everything's in place.
But it's not armed. It's actually a very delicate machine.
It's still possible.
Quiet, just eat your food. We have to be ready to go in a few minutes.
Alright, now that I've safely got that dialogue. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. Hope you've been having a good weekend.
You're fully authorized to use lethal force. Fifth freedom with everybody, except Fairong. We can't risk killing him until we've got proof. We're done with politics. This is war.
What if it detonates on the way?
The Colonel told me that's impossible.
Why? Everything's in place.
But it's not armed. It's actually a very delicate machine.
It's still possible.
Quiet, just eat your food. We have to be ready to go in a few minutes.
Ryu, yep, it's going well. You just woke up. Oh, nice. That's really cool. I hope you had a good sleep.
Fisher, you're going to have a whole mess of keypad locked doors to get around, and we won't be able to count on captured intelligence for the codes. You'll need to improvise.
Rosie, Fifth Freedom sounds like an ominous euphemism. For what? Bingo. Exactly. It basically means that whatever is necessary to get the job done, even if it means killing someone who is actually innocent and has nothing to do with anything, if they're standing in the way of something that needs to be obtained or accomplished, Fifth Freedom gives the agent the ability to actually act in whatever way they deem necessary. So I guess in Splinter Cell universe, if you were to apply the nothing is true, everything is permitted thing from Assassin's Creed, then Fifth Freedom would literally mean that everything's permitted. Whereas in the AC universe, it doesn't mean that. Dr. Darling, nothing is true. Everything is Sam Fisher. All of it. Dr. Darling, you wonder which one will come out first, the next Splinter Cell game, not the remake, or Elder Scrolls 6? Not too sure, actually. If the remake does come out and is successful, then they won't be doing any new games as in following on from Blacklist. They'll most likely remake the other games in the series as well, if the first one's successful.
We've got an idea for the keypad locked doors. Go ahead, Grim.
The average temperature in the embassy might be cool enough that you could sense a heat difference on the keypads.
It's worth a try. These doors are our only way forward.
Colonel, we've wiped the worst of the data stick. We're moving on to hard drive.
Idiot!
What? It's in 1,000 pieces.
They can retrieve data from the fragments. The drives must be wiped and broken.
Yes, sir.
Alright, they're gonna destroy this computer, which will mission fail me, but
Sir, if we wipe this tower, we'll lose Ferrong's financial...
Ferrong said destroy everything.
But this would cut off our...
Everything! He said destroy it all.
Damn, we're too late. They've destroyed Pharaoh's data and our chances of avoiding war. Mission
yeah, Ryu, exactly. The prodigy kicking in. Alright, so that's fine. We weren't detected.
for the keypad locked doors. Go ahead, Grim.
The average temperature in the embassy might be cool enough that you could sense a heat difference on the keypads.
It's worth a try. These doors are our only way forward.
Governor, we've wiped the last of the data seed. We're moving on to hard drive.
Idiot!
What? It's in 1,000 pieces.
They can retrieve data from the fragments. The drives must be wiped and broken.
Yes, sir.
Ferrong's financial...
Ferrong said destroy everything.
We've got a subject in restraint. Holding for interrogation.
But this would cut off our...
Everything! He said destroy it all.
Damn, we're too late.
He wasn't affected by the smoke, of course. Oh my god, that's the funky shit. Wow. Wow. Oh my god, that's the funky shit.
These doors are our only way forward.
Governor, we've wiped the last of the data seed. We're moving on to hard drive.
Idiot!
What? It's in 1,000 pieces.
They can retrieve data from the fragments. The drives must be wiped and broken.
Yes, sir.
If we wipe this tower, we'll lose Ferrong's financial...
Ferrong said destroy everything.
We've got a subject in restraint. Holding for interrogation. Hold this position and await further instruction.
Review for someone who says he can't sing well, Rod Shaw knows how to sing electronic songs. It is my sort of interpretation. Especially like that. Wow. Then I think I can do the Ghostbusters vehicle alarm too. I just need to think about what it sounds like. Wow, wow, wow. Sort of something like that effect. I'm surprised I actually got through that section without being fully detected by these enemies, because in regular playthroughs I've done, there has been moments where I've been fully detected. And now try to do the Mortal Kombat theme. Yeah, sometimes that can be tough.
does it look?
I don't know how much of this we can use. They've wiped clean most of... Lambert, take a look.
Oh, dang. We just found the missing Americium-239. Back in a second, Fisher. New objective, Fisher. There's a convoy of trucks in a warehouse on the embassy grounds. You need to make sure they never leave. I know you're not equipped with enough explosives, but...
But anything with a full tank of gas is a bomb waiting for a fuse. Do I need to worry about radiation?
The components aren't assembled. You won't trigger anything nuclear.
This is Confederate. Relay condition red to all troops. Repeat, condition red.
Ryu, the Red Room. Isn't that something from Twin Peaks as well?
Want that convoy ready to move.
Ryu, Sam Fisher on a mission to take out Donkey Kong Fei Long. What a crossover that would be. Ryu, Mario vs Street Fighter? Yep. Oh yeah. Okay, so the music played, but we haven't been detected. But I'm going to reload that save anyway. Because I actually thought I was detected, but then when the enemy started talking, I was like, oh, okay, they haven't detected me. But I just instinctually went back this way. Now I'm fully detected though. Or am I? Hey, if this is how the AI is going to be, then so be it. You wouldn't credit that though. So the second guy started shooting, but he actually didn't know I was there necessarily. Wow, what a dumbass. Exactly. It's like, hey, if the enemy's not going to actively be aware of me and, stand... Because whenever I do a challenge run of any game, if the game itself glitches out in any way, then it doesn't mean that I have to worry about any of the rules being broken for the challenge. So if the enemy is going to be broken like that, then I'm not going to count that as a full detection.
Shenyang, we'll be pulling out soon. Relocate your patrol to the main hall. Yes, sir.
Use the thermal goggles, Fisher. They should allow you to see the heat signatures on the keypads.
What? What? The gun... What? The gun saw a little bit of his elbow. I'm not counting that either. Come on, game. Seriously. Now, if I was actually lined up in a way that would suggest that I was actually spotted, then fair enough, but a little bit of his elbow might have been protruding beyond the thing that it was hiding behind. Fuck off. Rosie Fisher's constant missing is getting kind of funny. Sam Fisher, elite covert operative, expert martial artist, crap shot. They should add little curses under his breath as he misses. That would have been really cool actually if they did that detail. And you're right, yeah, you can be aiming exactly where you need to and then shoot, and the game's like, nah, you missed. I have to count that. I thought he would turn around and start walking the other way, but no. Alright, before I restart though, I'm going to do some practice just to see what else I've got up her fucking head. Alright, let's see if there's a better tactic than what I was doing. Most likely not.
I saw something.
Alright, that's probably a better tactic to go into the dark area here. Is to go to imagine bullets going where they're supposed to go. I know, right? You gotta love it when games give you every single indication that they're programmed to give you to let you know that something is going to happen the way that it's supposed to work, and yet with all those, you do what you're supposed to do to make it work, and then boom. Game is like, no. We're just going to decide in this instance that it's not going to work.
Show yourself! There's nothing here.
Rosie, it's not even that he's bad for an elite operative. He's just really bad, period. Who can't hit a light bulb at 5 yards is hysterical. That's true. In real life, though, Sam would not be missing those shots.
Shenyang, we'll be pulling out soon. Relocate your patrol to the main hall. Yes, sir.
Use the thermal goggles, Fisher. They should allow you to see the heat signatures on the keypads.
So this is actually just me in practice mode now. I will still count that full detection that happened and then restart the mission. But I want to do some practice now that I'm up to this point, and then any detections that happen from here on out don't actually count. Only the detection that happened a moment ago before this practice section started. That's right, I forgot. I've got to stand on this vase and then make the jump. That's what I did wrong. Excuse me, game. Hey there, Lizzie. Good morning. How's things going today? Dr. Darling, you thought there was a Gara command. Not for something like that, no. Not to change words.
I hear trouble.
Lizzie, you doing okay? How's the stream? Oh, that's good to hear, Lizzie. The stream's going well. At the start of the stream, I was working on mission 8, and I finally got through it, and this is now mission 9. So we're on the second last mission now. I've already been fully detected officially on this attempt, but I want to do some practice. So when I'm doing practice, any full detections that happen after that initial one don't count, but I still will restart the mission once I've done a little bit of practice of these upcoming areas.
Shenyang, we'll be pulling out soon. Relocate your patrol to the main hall. Yes, sir.
Saw me that time, even though they didn't see me the 5 other times we did that part. Of course not, no. Why would the game have any kind of like semblance of consistency or anything like that? What is consistency anyway? Why should a game have any fucking consistency at all? You know? Just make every single thing that happens in the game just random chance. Every single aspect. Yeah. Good thing this is still in practice. Would have been pissed off if I got up all the way back up to here again after a restart of the mission.
corpse. He's one of us.
Hey, Anmita, why would it even be consistent? What is the point? Exactly. Who wants consistency of programming in a video game? Like, seriously. Who wants a game where you do the same thing 500 times and you get one result only, but then, hey, how about we give you a different result this time just because we want to say fuck you to the player? Hey, Lucinda, welcome back. Things are coming along well. I got through the last mission, so we're now on mission 9 of 10, and I've already had an official full detection, but I'm just doing some practice now of the sections ahead, and then I'll add another to the count and then restart the mission. But yeah, it's definitely a tricky mission, that's for sure. I've got a part here where I need to get through an area where there's a keypad and the number, you don't find it on anything. You have to actually either go through the door when it's still open, or you have to look at it with your thermal and figure out which button order was actually in.
Use the thermal goggles, Fisher. They should allow you to see the heat signatures on the keypads.
The detection, the official one, actually happened here. A little bit of Sam's elbow was showing on the side of this thing I'm hanging on, and the gun turret saw it. Oh yeah, Enmita, that's awesome. Thank you so much for doing the lurking. So you've been doing some river raids in Valhalla. Oh cool. You're trying to get Lug's armor. I never actually finished all of those before. I did a little bit of them, but never all the way through. Oh yeah, Lucinda, thank you so much for the GGs. Yeah, it was really, really cool. It was really good to finally get through that level. There was some bullshit stuff that was happening though that I let slide. Like, I was literally in complete darkness. Even the light meter was in complete darkness, and an enemy from a distance saw me. I was like, nah, game, we're not playing that game. So I made an exception to that, because I was like, there was no light source around Sam at all for him to see. Whereas we did get a rant and a C word earlier. It's been a journey. This is true. Yep, definitely dropped a C-bomb. Listen, are you guessing that back when these games were made, they didn't think people would ever do a full 100% no detections playthrough? Yeah, I mean, I've seen people play through this game and get through sections with crazy tactics and all that kind of stuff. And there was one that I tried myself, but it didn't work all the time. So I just went with something else. Way more time consuming, but I don't know if they had to restart a mission after fucking up or not. But since I do, I don't really want to have to redo hours of work all over again, if I don't have to. But now I've stun-locked these characters. They're supposed to actually go over to the other fucking side of the room. Who's there? It's destroying light fixtures, man. Okay, that time he saw where Sam was. Took him a while though. Took him a few fucking shots. Oh man, this mission's gonna be a pain. An absolute fucking pain. A max pain this will be. Gotta get through those doors. In Meta, they are fun, but you're not looting everything. You're just trying to get the armor since the raids never end and they get replenished. Ah, okay, so it is one of those things where it's just like a never-ending thing. Yeah, because I wasn't sure about that. Listen, you do still have to do your cleaning today, but you'll probably wait until after I end stream. You got to make a trip out to probably a couple of stores to find a specific bathroom cleaner. Oh, really? The journey for a specific bathroom cleaner? I mean, hopefully you can find it as well. Hopefully they're in stock of it. Satchel. Still in practice mode, so any detections that happen in practice mode don't count. I'm yet to actually count the one that did, but I'll do that once this practice section is finished.
Shenyang. We'll be pulling out soon.
There's actually enemies that are asleep in that section, so if I was to shoot the lights out, they would hear and start walking around.
Use the thermal goggles, Fisher. They should allow you to see the heat signatures on the keypads.
Hey, Sebastian Fisher. Get better fucking aim with your pistol. Jeez. Listen, it's the only one that works to get rust out. When your water softener died, you had to go without it. Is this the guy that's the general that I need? I think it is. I better not shoot him, even though this is the practice. When your water softener died, you had to go without it for a few days, and it let a bunch of rust into the shower and tub, so you have to have a cleaner that will work on rust. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely annoying when stuff like that gets its way into areas like that too, you know. But yeah, definitely want to get on top of that, that's for sure. And me too, yeah, you only need to complete a few small quests and that's it, unless you want to spend hours just raiding the same places over and over again. Yeah, I think, like, unless it was for resource grinding, I think after I'd actually gotten the rewards, I'd be like, yep, that's enough for this playthrough. Emitter, yeah. It's not really rewarding. You only get 2 armors and a few weapons. Oh yeah. And the other thing too is, like, if you don't really find any value in that either, that could also be, you know, something that would deter people from doing it. Welcome back, James. It only took like an hour to get your new toy to max level and buy a Riven for it. Magnetic and gas on it makes it fucking killing machine. You'd love beam weapons. Oh, very good then. That's awesome too, that it's something that you enjoy using too.
Thank you. You're welcome.
James, yeah, beam weapons tend to tether to other enemies in an area, which means if you're lucky you can clean a room full of enemies in like 2 seconds. Oh, very nice. there's an ability in Assassin's Creed Odyssey where enemies that are in the same range of an enemy you're killing actually also take the same amount of damage that you're dealing. I like when stuff like that happens. Had kind of similar weapons, but this one has like 1000 ammo. Oh, very good. That's a lot of ammo. So I'm still in practice mode, but after you get past that, there's also this other section that's going to be tricky, because there's also scent dogs as well. Alright, so you got that guy and the dog is there. Okay, that saw me there. Okay, can't even do that method. What if we run and then roll? No. Alright, game. Let's negotiate. How about we do this? No, just kidding. Don't worry, the dog is sleeping. I knocked it out with a airfoil round. Okay, so when I go back into actual attempts mode, what I'll do when I get to this section is just shoot out these lights to create this darkness. Then we got this dude over here. Let's see if shooting him... He didn't even notice that. Don't know if there's any other enemies that are in the vicinity that could see him. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, so you got one guy over that way. See if there's any more dudes. James, well, sand dogs tend to be weak to water, am I right? I guess, yeah, if a dog's made out of sand. Okay, so there's no other enemies. There's basically three. There's the guy with his dog, and then there's two other ones. Two other enemies. Alright, so when I go back to attempts mode, I'll have to be careful with that part. So that's an example of what can happen if you leave just bodies lying in places. Even if there's no enemies that are literally able to actually see, the game will still throw that up as well. If I wasn't in practice mode right now, I would have had to restart from that going off.
One of us has been killed. A corpse. He's one of us. Whoever is there, come on.
Ah, hell, Fisher. That was a bigger screw-up than you think. That guard was our only way to get past that keypad lock. You're stuck. Mission's over.
I'm the predator. You're the prey. In the shadows, that's where I stay. One wrong move, and it's over quick. In this game of shadows, I'm the trick.
Sam Fisher, the ghost in the night, silent killer, never in the light. You won't see me coming. I'm a shadow in the mist, stealth assassin on my hit list. Hey there. Thank you so much for redeeming those impressions. How's it going, Senny? Welcome on in. Very clever. Very inventive. Thank you. And Mita, you switched to female Eivor after spending more than 200 hours as male Eivor, and now you can't get used to the voice. Ah, yeah. That's definitely understandable, you know, spending so much time with one and then trying the other. Oh, yeah. You sort of get so used to the one that you've chosen first, you know. Thank you, James, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Hello there, Senny. Yeah, well, I got through Mission 8. At the end of last stream, I got up to Mission 8, and then I ended the stream there when I got up to it. And in this stream, I finished Mission 8, so we're now on the second last mission. I got fully detected at a certain point, but before I actually count it and then restart the mission, I'm just practicing the areas after it, just to get a bit of a feel for it. Truly a work of poetry. Oh yeah, you're not wrong there. Definitely is. So why don't you use the regular army? What do you need us for? 'Cause some damn fool accused you of being the best. Dylan! You son of a bitch! What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils? Huh? Had enough? Make it easy on yourself, Dutch. Okay. You never did know when to quit, huh? Damn good to see you, Dutch. What is this fucking tie business? Oh, come on, forget about my tie, man. And that's from Predator. Rest in peace, Carl Weathers. He played the character of what's his bloody name? Dylan. My brain works when remembering character names that I just mentioned. Thank you, James, for redeeming that. Yeah, James, exactly. You know, it's one of those things where they're like, well, maybe that would be something that you could do, but in this game we're going to make it that can't be done. Like, you can't just, pick up a dead body and be like, put its eye to the thing, which you should be able to do. Hey there, Gizlek. Welcome on in. That's true, yeah, I've had 117 mission restarts over the whole playthrough so far. I'm in practice mode right now, so any detections that happen during practice mode don't count. But the last time I got fully detected, I'm going to count that next. So it's really actually 118 times. I just haven't put the thing in for it yet. But when I finish practice mode, I will. Yeah, listen, I'm like, what's the character's name? Duh, you just said it. Kruger, that's good to hear. You're having a nice day so far. It's April weather over here, rainy and sunny at the same time, so Nala was a bit confused by that. Oh, I don't blame her for being confused. That's definitely understandable. That's awesome that you're having a nice day so far. Hopefully that stays up for you for the rest of the day, especially on a Sunday too. James, best scene. There's so much testosterone that any female cast would get pregnant just watching them arm wrestle. Yeah, it's funny when you watch the behind the scenes on that movie and they talk about how Arnie would, egg them on to do more, do more push-ups and stuff than he did, and also measuring the width of their biceps and stuff, and all that kind of thing.
Man down! He's dead!
Alright, just to show how bullshit this is, right? So the game wants you, if you don't already know the password that is, the game wants you to use your thermal vision to see which buttons you have to do, right? In which order. Now, I can't see the cursor on the buttons in this mode.
Find yourself a fallout shelter, Fisher. You've wasted too much time. That thermal gargle trick was our only way in. Mission's over.
So you can't see the selector on the fucking screen when you're in that mode. I'm glad they actually cleaned this up on the PlayStation 2 version of the game. Oh yeah, exactly, Lucinda. Very considerate. It's like, come on, game, jeez. But yeah, you're supposed to go by the lightest color is the one that was pressed first, and then the brightest one is the one that was pressed last. Crooked, sure think so. You played some Baldur's Gate 3 together and you're still overwhelmed by it. Gonna make some Middle Eastern food later and watch the European football finale later. It's Spain versus England today. Oh, very nice, dude. That sounds really, really good.
Find yourself a fallout shelter, Fisher. You've wasted too much time. That thermal gargle trick was our only way in. Mission's over.
So how is the game going? Like, is it one that you think you'll do like a lot in it, or you're just basically doing the main story only and stuff? James, now some idiots thinks that these kind of movies are misogynist and shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how a movie like Predator could be misogynist. Oh, yeah, I mean, I could see why in some scenes now that I think about it. Some of the dialogue. I was forgetting about the jokes. Bullshit, you saw me? Whatever. Probably better just to do that. Gizlet, good thing this isn't a speed run. Wait, Mr. Lambert, he needs to use the keypad again. Exactly, it's like, Lambert, come on. The dude is still there. Like he could still use the keypad again. But yeah, good thing this isn't a speed run. I'd be still in the first level, probably. That's nothing. Why would it be anything? See, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, so the trick would be not to go up to him too quickly. What's that? Who gives a shit? Yeah, I think this will take another stream or two when I actually... Alright, there we go. Got him this time. Turn that off. Let's go through this way. Whereas if anything, Predator is misandrous, but not really. The whole point is all the manliness in the world is ineffective. Ain't got time to bleed. Okay? Oh yeah? You got time to duck? Yeah, I mean you could probably break things down like that as well, but... Cookie, we're just taking things as they come. You also play a character that's mischievous and constantly gets you into trouble, so that wouldn't help trying to complete everything. Once you finish Splinter Cell, will you play the next in the series on the weekends? Absolutely. That's true, yeah. When this game's finished, it'll be Pandora tomorrow on the weekends. I'm going to stick with doing Splinter Cell on the weekends. Fridays will be like yet a different game, and then Monday to Thursdays will still be Assassin's Creed until they're done. But that's definitely understandable too, like having like a character that's all over the place in a way would be very hard to get certain things done in a game. But that's good though, as long as you're having fun with it as well.
Nothing here. One of us has been killed.
Where? How did you fucking see? I was in the dark anyway. Another example of bullshit where you're in complete darkness and the enemy is still able to fucking see you. Unless he reacted when I went past this part, maybe he did. But still. Alright, next time if I get up to this part again, I'll just kill this guy. Alright. Simple things like jumping on this can sometimes be a pain, because the game is like, Sam can't possibly do that.
That's enough, man. We've got more than enough fuel on board, and we need to get moving. Okay.
When I actually get out of practice mode and I count the full detection that happened, I'm going to do one more attempt in this stream. Obviously, if I get to a point where, let's just say I've gotten to a point after 10 minutes and it's a pretty, early point, I won't just end the stream there. But if I do a decent amount of time,
Great work, Fisher. Those nukes aren't going anywhere.
then I won't be restarting in this stream.
We think he and his computer both are in the ambassador's office. You'll need Farron alive to access his data.
It's also a good way to show people what is actually in the entire level that I have to actually go through, and what has to be done all over again if I get fully detected.
Gua, I need help! The general is trying to kill himself! Where are you? His office! Hurry!
See, game, how you like? See, I can't see the fucking indicator unless I go out of that view mode. I don't remember the codes off the top of my head, but if I did, I'll just be putting them in.
Yourself a fallout shelter, Fisher. You've wasted too much time. That thermal gargle trick was our only way in. Mission's over.
In the PlayStation 2 version, they actually clean that up so you can be in that vision mode and still clearly see what buttons you're actually fucking selecting before you press them.
Gua, I need help! The general is trying to kill himself! Where are you? His office! Hurry!
Sam, why the fuck did you... Bloody fucking hell. Gizlek, you will always prefer the PC versions of this because they were so nice as to make the mouse wheel modify movement speed in the first 4 games. You almost forgot Double Agent exists. Yeah, I actually like that game. I know it's not considered a great game in the series, but I actually enjoy it a lot. But you're right, it is cool that they did that for the mouse wheel and how it locks it into place too, so you don't have to constantly keep shifting the mouse wheel if you don't want to. Once you've locked into a certain speed. Alright, so the way that this is programmed. So yeah, we look at the keypad. Alright, so top left, down, then both rights. Who knows? Okay, so that's what it is. Now that section there, I don't mind if it takes me a few attempts to actually get the code right because it only leads to mission fail if you don't. It doesn't lead to being detected. Alright, so I basically have to remember where the cursor begins out of that mode, and then make sure I keep track of which direction I'm moving it in and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so that is where I'm going to end the practice from where I actually got fully detected the last time properly out of practice mode. But that's how much of the level is still left from where I actually had to restart. Now this part here, he's supposed to recognize that you're here. Although maybe I can just... No, not yet.
My God, Fisher, have you gone insane? The mission's over.
Okay, so I could shoot him in the head but not in the chest with that. Fair enough.
My God, Fisher, have you gone insane? The mission's over.
There we go. So, alright. We can't do that. So the only way to get to him is to actually move near him. If I shoot the light out.
I'm going to shoot myself.
Not in the face.
Not in the face. There we go. So yeah. This is... You can't help but be detected by him here. And when this cutscene is finished, I'm going to do another attempt. If it takes a long time before I do get fully detected again, then I'll end the stream. But if it's only a short time, then I won't. Alright, so this is where I'm going to close down the practice mode. So I need to now put in the last time I was seen. So now I need to restart the mission from the start. James, dude, maybe you're colorblind, but you have no idea what combination is supposed to be pushed. Yeah, it's really tricky. In terms of like which order you do them in, it's whatever is the lightest color up until the brightest. Because the way they work it is, the lightest one is the one that was pushed first, whereas the one that was brighter was actually pushed last due to the heat and the cooldown on the previous buttons. So that's what you need to sort of like figure out when you look at it. But you also need to make sure that you remember where the cursor was in normal vision mode before you went into thermal vision mode, so you know, and then you need to keep track of how many times you've pressed left, up, down, or right as well. So yeah, but those parts there, it won't matter if I get mission fail, because it won't be a full detection kind of thing. Unless I go too close to the dude who's using the keypad, of course, but otherwise it'll just lead to mission fail until I get it right.
Since
We'll make this fast, Fisher. We need proof that Pharaoh represents a splinter faction opposed to the Chinese government.
Am I still on leash inside the embassy?
Not at all. You're fully authorized to use lethal force. Fifth freedom with everybody, except for Ong. We can't risk killing him until we've got proof. We're done with politics. This is war.
What if it detonates on the way?
The Colonel told me that's impossible.
Why? Everything's in place.
But it's not armed. It's actually a very delicate machine.
It's still possible.
Quiet, just eat your food. We have to be ready to go in a few minutes.
Fisher, you're going to have a whole mess of keypad locked doors to get around, and we won't be able to count on captured intelligence for the codes. You'll need to improvise.
James, yeah, you understand, but you don't see any difference between the keys. Oh yeah, they'll definitely make it tough. Yeah, if you already know what the combination is, you can just put it in. The game doesn't require you to first find it in the game. So that definitely helps. Crooked, that voice actor sounds familiar. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure he's Sabrand in Assassin's Creed 1. It's an assassin amongst you. Also, the actor who plays Jacopo de Pazzi is actually in this game too. Same with the architect from Assassin's Creed 2. Now you can hear it too. Nice. Oh yeah, yeah, it's so cool. Lizzie, you read Dante Moro's background, and he's the only person you regret killing. Oh yeah, it's really unfortunate what happens to him. You know how he gets almost killed, and his wife is essentially taken from him, and all that kind of stuff.
We've got an idea for the keypad locked doors. Go ahead, Grim.
The average temperature in the embassy might be cool enough that you could sense a heat difference on the keypads.
It's worth a try. These doors are our only way forward.
Governor, we've wiped the last of the data sheet. We're moving on to hard drive.
Idiot!
What? It's in 1,000 pieces.
They can retrieve data from the fragments. The drives must be wiped and broken.
Yes, sir.
This tower, we'll lose Ferrong's financial...
Ferrong said destroy everything.
But this would cut off our...
Everything! He said destroy it all.
Damn, we're too late. They've destroyed Ferrong's data and our chances of avoiding war. Mission's over, Fisher. We've got an idea for the keypad locked doors. Go ahead, Grim.
The average temperature in the embassy might be cool enough that you could sense...
That's right, Lizzie. Yeah,
It's
you know.
These doors are our only way
what he wanted. He just put things in motion to get it, you know.
We've wiped the worst of the status. We're moving on to hard drive.
Manipulation. It's one of the main tricks that the Templars use.
Idiot!
What? It's in 1,000 pieces.
They can retrieve data from the fragments. The drives must be wiped and broken.
Yes, sir.
Sir, if we wipe this tower, we'll lose Ferrong's financial... But this would cut off our...
Alright, there we go.
Grim, how does it look?
I don't know how much of this we can use. They've wiped clean most of... Lambert, take a look.
Oh, dang. We just found the missing Americium-239. Back in a second, Fisher. New objective, Fisher. There's a convoy of trucks in a warehouse on the embassy grounds. You need to make sure they never leave. I know you're not equipped with enough explosives, but...
But anything with a full tank of gas is a bomb waiting for a fuse. Do I need to worry about radiation?
The components aren't assembled. You won't trigger anything nuclear.
This is Confirm. Relay condition red to all troops. Repeat, condition red. Nicholas has abandoned us. All men to full alert. I want that convoy ready to move.
Shenyang. We'll be pulling out soon. Relocate your patrol to the main hall. Yes, sir.
Use the thermal goggles, Fisher. They should allow you to see the heat signatures on the keypads.
I don't know if you're still around, Crooked, but what was the name of that game that you were going to be doing next? The Egyptian game as part of your historical order run? Oh yes, so it was pre-dynastic Egypt. That's set from 5000 to 3000 BC, before the pharaohs, pyramids, etc. Oh, very cool. Yeah, that trailer was really cool. So is it like a game like Age of Empires style? Lucinda, 5. Was it 5 shots to get that light destroyed? Oh, I see, Lucinda. Yeah, cleaning your office and the keyboard. That's all good. Maybe that might be one of the winning lotto numbers.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Nah, I'm not counting that. I shot him in the fucking head. I aimed at the head, I waited, I shot. Nah, I'm not counting that. Fuck you, game. Especially from that fucking distance, too. Like, holy shit, come off it. Listen, you always save your room for last because of all the electronics and knickknacks to clean. Oh yeah, how tedious that would be as well to get in and get in all like the little hard to reach spots and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah. Crooked is a bit more simulation based, you think, so you're more in charge of making decisions but not in real time. You don't think, but you've only seen very little of the game yet, so maybe you're not entirely spot on. Definitely strategy though. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know if this is it, but it kind of reminds me a bit like how you describe it. Reminds me like The Sims, where you basically just give commands and then you wait and then you just see them actually go and do it and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the game is like. James, you're going to leave for now. Thanks for the stream. Rod was fun. No worries, James. I'm glad that you had a great time. I hope that things go well. You have a good one, and hope that your gaming goes well as well. Crooked, that's a good comparison from how you understand the game as well. Oh yeah, but that'd be cool to see too, because it's not really like a time period that you necessarily see in games either, especially before the pyramids and the pharaohs existed. Alright, so the dog isn't dead. I shot it with something that knocks it out. Crooked, that's what you thought as well. When you think about Egypt, you always have the impressive landmarks in mind that stood the test of time, but it was a long way for them to unify and make it as much of an advanced civilization as it became. Definitely more of an unexplored setting. That's something too that it'd be good if more games did, because you tend to see only certain time periods being covered in a lot of games. Like if it's a game about war, it's either World War One or Two or Vietnam. I mean, obviously the Gulf War as well. Or if it's going to be like, a detective game, it's going to be either like the 30s or the 40s. If it's going to be a mafia game, it's going to be like that too. But to actually have a game set in time periods that you don't normally see being done would definitely be cool. Alright, so there's only one more patrolling enemy now in this section. Okay, so this is actually the furthest that I've been in this mission on an actual attempt of getting through without being fully detected. I did a bit of practice for a little bit after the previous full detection happened, but since I've gone out of practice mode and restarted the mission, haven't been fully detected yet, which now makes this the furthest I've been so far in that respect. Excellent. Let's say I do get through this mission in this stream. I will be ending the stream after that as well, but that would then mean that next weekend would be solely focused on getting through the final mission, because once this mission's finished, then I'm up to the final one of the game. I'm further enough through the level now that if I was to get fully detected before finishing, then I'd also end the stream at that point. Hello there, Drake. How's things been going, dude? That's true, Drake. It's been quite a long time. It's been centuries. Been an extremely long time. We are playing the very first Splinter Cell game that came out all the way back in the ancient times of 2002. I'm on the second last level, and the stealth challenge is that if I get fully detected, I have to restart the mission that I'm on. You been good? You just watched 300 after so many years? Oh, nice. So after 300 years, or just after so many years you watched 300? Glad to hear that you've been going good. I haven't seen that movie for a long time, the movie 300. It made you want to buy the game again? Oh, nice. Yeah, AC Odyssey. Yeah, that prologue is really good. I love doing that prologue. All the King Leonidas stuff in that game is just chef's kiss. It's a shame the whole game wasn't us playing as him, but would have liked to see him be the main character, because then we could have given Elias Tefexis an actual main protagonist role in the AC series where we actually play as his character, because he's been in the games as other characters, but we never played as any of his characters before until we played until Odyssey came about. So technically we do play as one of his characters, but we don't play as the main character of the whole narrative played by him. So I think it would have been cool to have a King Leonidas game. Still include everything about the cult, because you got to give some kind of, like, you know, shadowy enemy to actually deal with, and have references to the Order of the Ancients, but don't actually have any story that's actually tied to the wider Assassin's Creed universe. Set it in the same universe and just reference the fact that it is in the same universe, but don't make the game part of the actual, or don't have the game include any lore from the series. Just simply make it that he was this character that just so happened to have a weapon that was created by the Isu, and just leave it there, you know. Just have that whole game be like that. Drake, you'll never lay your blade on the man who owned the spear. You didn't even know that Michael Fassbender was on that movie. Yeah, that's the thing, like, for me, I didn't notice him as an actor until X-Men, what was it called? Shit, I can't remember the name of the X-Men movie. First Class, that's right. X-Men First Class. That's the movie I saw him in, and that was the movie from that point on that when I saw him in other stuff, I was like, oh, that's Michael Fassbender. But when I actually see the other movies that he did, some of which I had actually seen before X-Men First Class, they didn't somehow stand out. So yeah. Rosie, maybe less child murder. Yeah, that's it, you know, because I mean, that had already been done in Origins. Drake, you didn't even know. Gizlek Old World has a scenario about 300 that involves Marathon and the naval battle too. Old World, so what's that, Gizlek? Drake, Fassbender was so young back then. Yeah, it's interesting seeing actors when they were very, very early in their careers, especially if you've only seen them when they were older. Like growing up, before I actually saw Sean Connery in a James Bond movie, I'd only seen him as an old man with a beard and white hair and everything. It wasn't until I watched one of his James Bond movies I was like, oh, this is what he looked like back then. This is just so annoying. It didn't have to be this way either. When they programmed this game, they purposefully left it like that. To be an asshole to the player. Can't even see what the first actual button that he pressed was. Maybe it was that one. Okay, so that's what it was for that one. About fucking time, Jesus Christ, Sam. Bloody fucking hell. Drake, you have so much games to play. You still need to finish Resident Evil Village, get good in Smash Brothers, now you want to buy the new Assassin's Creed game after Valhalla so you can buy AC Shadows in the future. Being a gamer is so hard. You haven't even finished Outer Worlds yet and you got that game for free. Ah, yeah, I know how that feels when you got like all these games to play and to get through. That's for sure. But Resident Evil Village, I like that, but I don't know. I've sort of started to change how I feel about 7 and 8 from a perspective of just what they do with the story and stuff. But more so Village as well. It seems like they're going a bit too overboard with stuff. Because like the same, 2 new games next month and you haven't even finished Armored Core 6. You haven't even played since release a month or so. Ah, so it's been that long already.
Nothing here.
Sona Huck, that's what he said. How's it going, Sona? And me too, you can relate to that. You have 109 games in total, you haven't even played half of them. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Yeah. It's understandable too, because like sometimes I know, like for me, I sometimes go, I'll finish it later. 10 years go by. Ah, I should play that game and finish it now. Gizlek only? Only 109? I would say that's definitely plenty.
Probably another alley cat.
Yeah, that's all it is, guard. It was just an alley cat. Those alley cats, man, going around with rifles and aiming at security cameras and shooting them and blowing out lights and all that. Yeah, bloody alley cats. I tell you what, that happens every fucking day. They can't just leave well enough alone. Those alley cats. Jeez. And Mita, you'll definitely buy more. Well, you also end up playing more or less the same games anyway, because you always want to do a second playthrough of a certain game, especially if it's choice-based. Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot of choice-based games that I really do like a lot of the supermassive horror games and also the Quantic Dream games. In terms of the Quantic Dream stuff, though, I haven't actually played all of their games, but I've played and really enjoyed Detroit Become Human a lot. Because like that reminds you, you need to replay Alpha Protocol now that it's been on GOG for a while. Oh yeah, I've heard about that a lot, that game actually, but never played it either. Sony, you woke up just to say the joke? Oh, very good. Your ears were like, time to tell the joke. Well, I hope you're having a good sleep.
Been knocked out.
In Mita, for example, you've played Witcher 3 9 times and already started your 10th playthrough. Oh, very cool. So have you been doing any like New Game Plus playthroughs with those? I've only played Witcher 3 once, but I really liked it a lot. I almost did all the side quests. Before I started actually actively making sure I wanted to get them all done, I had missed a couple at the start, but that's why in future playthroughs I'll just, do them as well. But yeah, I really thought it was such a great game. I don't blame you for wanting to play it multiple times and re-experience it all over again. Hey there, Ronan. Welcome. You have a measly 900, not including duplicate versions on different systems, 500 physical, been collecting on and off for a long time. Oh, that's definitely still a lot, Ronan. That's for sure. Like, that's definitely a big number of games. And Mita, yeah, 2 or 3 times, you're trying to get all endings and trying to do things differently. That's cool too. Yeah, it's good, gives you a bit of a refreshing experience too. Ronan, just play what you enjoy. Never feel like you have to play everything. Exactly, And if there's games that you don't really have any interest in, there's no point just playing them just to say that you played them, you know what I mean? Like, if you genuinely do feel like you want to play a game, play it, of course, but don't feel like you absolutely have to just because others might say it's great. Or if something is, like, if others people say it's not that good, you can play it yourself and stuff. That is a lot of games in Meta, you're not wrong there. So this next part here, we need to blow up this truck.
That's enough, Pen. We've got more than enough fuel on board, and we need to get moving. Okay.
I love how they keep that in. If it was a mistake.
Great work, Fisher. Those nukes aren't going anywhere.
Now the General.
Right. We think he and his computer both are in the ambassador's office. You'll need Farong alive to access his data.
In Meta, true, you really love Witcher 3 and that's why you've played it so many times. You've played Skyrim 3 times, Black Flag as well. Oh, very nice, yeah. And sometimes you pick up on stuff you might have missed too, even if it has been a few playthroughs. Because like one of the reasons you enjoy AC1 a lot is because it's about as long as Splinter Cell. Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, this is a decent, sized game. Decent chunk of levels and all that kind of stuff. Very good level design. Hey there, Jeremy. Welcome on in. It's going really good, thank you. Things are going good. How about yourself?
I need help! The General is trying to kill himself! Where are you? His office! Hurry!
Alrighty then, so pretty much from here on out, I don't have to worry about being fully detected. Sona, don't waste $100 on a game just because the AAA tells you to buy their game. Oh, absolutely, Sona, yeah, for sure, you know. Don't think that you have to, you know, like you could even wait for a sale, you know. Oh, that's good, Jeremy. Hopefully, you've been having a good weekend. The stream's been going pretty well. This is the second last mission of the game, and for a lot of the stream I was working on the previous mission, and when this mission's finished, next weekend, because I'm going to be ending the stream when I finish this mission, but next weekend I'll be doing the final level. So hopefully I'll be able to finish it next Saturday and then start the sequel, Pandora, tomorrow. Hey there, boss. How's it going? Mario, that's right. Now I remember. Hey there, Mario. I'm doing really good, thank you. Just about to finish the second last level, and then there's only one more level left. Mario, when are you going to do the Alien one, or did you finish it? Oh yeah, still going with the Alien game. Yeah, on Friday, I'll be doing another playthrough of it. I mean, another stream of it, and I'll be finishing the playthrough on Friday as well. But yeah, I'm doing really good. How about yourself? Ryu, a stream where Mario and Ryu are in the chat. Absolutely. And Mita, as for Detroit Become Human, you also really enjoyed it. You know that game also has so many endings. You got some of a neutral ending. Oh yeah, that's another thing about that game too. Like there's so many, even like small differences that you can trigger that can make things, you know, even either better than they were the last playthrough or worse sometimes. Oh, that's great, Mario. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That's awesome.
I'm going to shoot myself.
Not in the face.
You are American. You are the cause of all my sorrows, yes? Perhaps you will do me the favor of killing me.
I was going to say, I thought, is the game going to glitch it to the point where I can't even grab him? But that's so funny. Hitting him with the airfoil round, after he stopped being dizzy, he just sat back down and was like, do-do-do-do-do. Because, like, you hope Star Wars Outlaws doesn't get Watch Dogs Legioned. You've been waiting for a concept of that angle since before 1313. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, only time will tell, but the pricing structure for that game is just, ugh. And for all their games moving forward, it would seem that's what they're doing. Mario, this was such a good game back in the day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I played the Xbox version, a little bit of it, but not too far. So it wasn't until I started playing the Xbox version a few years ago that I realized, oh shit, there's a hell of a lot of differences from the Xbox version and the PlayStation 2 version, which I was used to for all those years. 100% Gizlek. Oh yeah. So I know what I need to do, but I want to get the dialogue, so we'll speak to him first.
I'm going to unlock the data in your computer, and you're going to help me.
Go to hell! You can't force a dead man into anything.
You're not dead yet. The rest of your life is all you've got, and how painful that is depends on your cooperation.
My life was suffering long before you got here. Do your worst.
Will do. Where did Nikolats run to?
I don't know. I don't care.
You owe the man no loyalty. He fled. He betrayed you.
I hope you find and kill him. But I do not know where he is. Kill me, American. Do us both a favor. You and your fascist government can go to hell. You and your fascist government can go to hell.
Fantastic work, Fisher.
I see more suicides on this job.
Grim, how does the data look?
Solid. This completely separates Ferrong from the Chinese government.
Fantastic. Get the relevant stuff to the Joint Chiefs. We'll forward the same to China through the CIA. Fisher, we're done in Myanmar. Meet Cohen and get the hell out of there.
Yan! We lost control of our document fire. It's already...
Gives like, oh, 100%. Oh, yeah. And you gotta love how they put the membership for the Ubisoft Plus at the end, but with a highlighter around it that isn't around the other things. Oh, yeah, Mario, that's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for popping in for a bit. Thank you for the good luck wishes as well. And yeah, it's so good to get through that second last level now. So there's only one level left. But you have a good one, Mario. He's like, well, dang. That is that mission. But the next mission, no, that's going to be interesting. But that'll be next weekend, though. Because, like, okay, to be fair, if you're not buying a single Ubisoft game, it's usually a bargain. This is true, you know. If you think the game is only worth the amount of money it is to get the membership and nothing more, then it's like, yeah. Alright, so I'm going to read this and then show the intro for the next level just as like a tease for what's happening next in the playthrough. But after all that's done, I'm going to do my outro stuff and finish the stream. Chinese Embassy, Yangon, Myanmar, November 12, 2004. With proof of Fei Rong's rogue status, the US and Chinese restore diplomacy. Meanwhile, the hunt for Nikolaj turns back to Georgia, where intelligence gathered in Myanmar indicates he left behind the key to a mysterious weapon known only as the Ark. A weapon he is willing to risk a return to Georgia in order to recover.
Fisher, it's time we talked about the Ark.
What is it?
What Nikolaj wants most in the world and what we're going to catch him by.
That's all we know.
We know the Ark is hidden somewhere inside the Georgian presidential palace, and we know Varlam Kristavi is letting him take it.
Who's Kristavi?
The new president of Georgia, pushed into power by our friends at the CIA.
It doesn't make sense.
We'll do the thinking. Your primary mission in Georgia will be Nikolad's. We get him and the game's over. The good guys win.
Were you talking to Lambert?
Yeah. How soon before we touch down in Georgia?
We don't. You'll be making a halo jump.
Goody.
Dad, is that you?
Sarah? It's good to hear your voice.
Are you coming home? The TV said you guys beat Nikolad.
It's not that simple.
So you're not coming home?
No, honey, not yet. But soon.
A collective sigh of relief as the U.S. returned to a state of amicable diplomacy with China. The swift action of the CIA and Chinese intelligence revealed a splinter faction of the Chinese military covertly supporting the Georgian information crisis, declaring a national day of mourning for those lost in the Georgian information crisis. Confirms the consummate defeat of Kombain Nikoladz's cyber warriors. The acts of information terrorism have come to an end, and in a ceremony later today, President Bowers will be issuing an official thanks to the CIA, FBI, and U.S. Special Forces for their role in bringing an end to the crisis. Though his whereabouts are still unknown, Kombain Nikoladze is essentially powerless.
We have torn off the Scorpion's claws. We have severed his tail, and he cannot stay hidden for long.
Georgian Presidential Palace, Tbilisi, Georgia, November 13th, 2004. Find Kombain Nikoladze and the Ark. Kombain Nikoladze has returned to the Georgian Presidential Palace in order to retrieve a weapon known only as the Ark. The great risk involved in Nikoladze's personal return to Tbilisi suggests its enormous value. Any threat posed by Nikoladze or the Ark must be dealt with.
Welcome back to Georgia, Fisher. Our cleanest path to the Ark is President Kristavi's records. Details on your OPSAT.
What if Kristavi gets in my way?
Don't touch him. He's copacetic with the CIA. If Kristavi dies, the mission's over.
Alrighty, that's a little bit of a preview and a tease for what the next mission is about, but this is where I'm going to end the stream. Good to end it on a high note where I've actually gotten through another level in one stream, so that's really good progress. And the next stream of this will be next Saturday, where I'll be working on this final level in the game. And the next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey, continuing my annual playthrough of that game. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. Going to do some more outro stuff, but I just need to do some things on my end first. Because like weirdly, the membership lets you access the Ultimate Editions, which is very unusual because that includes DLCs. So if you speed through Shadows when it's out, it's kind of totally worth it for a month or two. This whole CNBC aesthetic between missions used to be fun. Yeah, I mean, that's curious because, like, if you look at PlayStation Plus and Game Pass, they only give you access to the base version of a game. They don't give you access to the DLC and stuff. So that's interesting. I didn't even realize that they did that. And yeah, I agree, Gizlek. They kind of try to bring a little bit of that similarity. Well, not in the sense of seeing like an actual news report, but in Blacklist you have those parts where if you just let the mission brief go without doing anything, you can hear a conversation, and sometimes you hear like a conversation or you hear a broadcast, and same with on the on the screen and stuff, but not in the same way as the first three games do it, but still. But yeah, it's a good aesthetic actually. It helps break up the missions fun as well. Sona, Halo jump equals high altitude, low opening, parachute opening. I was actually wondering what the HALO stood for in that game. I mean, like, not in that game, but it's a thing in real life. I didn't realize that was what the HALO stood for. That's cool. Thanks for the GGs, Ronan. Thank you very much. Oh yes, Sona, that's no trouble at all for the stream. Thank you so much for being here too. And Lizzie, thank you for the GGs. Muchly appreciated. Just need to change some things on my end. Namely, open up my browser, because I've been using OBS's link to my Twitch chat. There we go. Alrighty then. Thank you for the GGs. Shoutouts time. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Crocodiles, who is doing a stream of Forza Horizon 4. He's also doing a historical order run of multiple games across various genres and also franchises as well. He's working his way through games that are set in the BC era, all the way in timeline order up to games that are set around the 1940s. So a very big undertaking that he's going with that. Lucinda is playing through Dying Light 2 to finish out her her Techland Zombie Marathon. Is also a big fan of the Resident Evil series. Gizleg has been doing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. He's also a fan of the Yakuza series and Rise of the Ronin as well. Lidus is playing a lot of retro fighting games. He's a big fan of Mortal Kombat, so he's been doing Mortal Kombat 2 speedruns, and he's also a fan of fighting game franchises like Street Fighter. Mr. Gote is also highly recommended. He plays games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden, as well as the Dark Pictures series of horror games and the Outlast series as well. So yeah, all great streamers, so highly recommend. Hey Lucinda, yes, mission complete finally. Indeed. Had to walk away for a second. Only one more mission to go? Absolutely, just one more. The final one. And then the playthrough is finished. But yeah, I wasn't expecting this weekend to get through 4 missions. That's for sure. But I'm definitely glad that I did, because that means that next Saturday, pardon me, I can finish this and then start Pandora tomorrow as well. And yeah, such a great feeling. No worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. No problemo. Nice, you had the magic this weekend. Exactly. Yeah, it's such a great feeling, especially with a challenge this intensive, having to restart a mission after hours sometimes of going through the multiple attempts and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, definitely very happy with that. Okay, we're actually going to go and give a raid to Ginger Perks. I haven't actually raided her for a while. She's also an Australian streamer. She's playing through Bloodborne. She's a big fan of games like Bloodborne and Elden Ring, Dark Souls as well. Also a big fan of horror games. So we'll go and raid out to Ginger Perks. Here's a general raid message that people can copy and paste. I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. Current schedule: Monday through to Thursdays is Assassin's Creed Marathon, currently up to Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Friday is Alien Isolation 10th Anniversary Phase 2 Low Light Challenge. Started that last Friday, and this Friday coming up I'll be finishing that playthrough. And then on the weekend, Splinter Cell marathons, and looking to finish Splinter Cell 1 next Saturday, and then jump into the sequel Pandora tomorrow. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it, and I hope that everyone has a great rest of your weekend as well, and that you have a great week too. Have a good one. Until next time. Thank you, Anmita. You too.